Yeah, no, but what's the term of it? It's a purchase order. Purchase order still
Oh, hi, Eileen.
This and the back money, I assume.
Did you tell her? What'd she say?
It's not mentioned, so I wouldn't even mention it.
Sorry. That's all I would do.
Legislator Downs, please lead us in the pledge.
All eyes, face the American flag, place your right hand over your heart and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Downs. As is customary on committee day, we have rules first, which we will entertain the various contracts. Once the contracts are entertained, we will then recess rules and move on to the other committees so that they can let the items to present to the rules committee that are not of a contractual nature. So, Mr. Muller, please.
Sure. Legislator Slosh? Here. Legislator Jacobs? Here. Ranking Member Abrahams? Legislator Capel? Legislator Dunn?
Here.
Vice Chairman Nicolella?
Here.
Chairwoman Gonzalez?
Present.
We have a quorum, and the minority leader is here as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, we begin with the first contract, which is A3, a resolution authorizing the Director of Nassau County Office of Purchasing to award and execute a contract between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of Nassau County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums and Building Service Industries, LLC. Motion. Moved by Legislator Capel, seconded by Legislator Dunn. And do we have someone here to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. Eileen Creve from the Department of Parks.
Okay.
We're asking you to authorize and award a blanket purchase order to the Building Services Industry, which we refer to as BSI, for custodial cleaning on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums. This was a solicitation that was advertised in Newsday and posted to the Nassau County Bid Solicitation Board, where 155 vendors were notified electronically of the bid, and we received 9 bids. And the selection was reviewed and evaluated, and we're proposing the contract with BSI in the amount not to exceed $500,000.
Any questions of Ms. Creed? Legislator Jacobs.
Actually, not a question, but I just want to know. I mean, are you satisfied that this winter? Because I see that his price was the lowest. Did he meet all the credentials and the criteria that you needed?
Yes, they did, and as you may know, they are our contractor vendor that we use presently, and they've done a very, very thorough job with all our Nassau County parks and museums.
Is there any way you could explain why the price is so much lower? Well, not so much lower, but lower than all the others. I mean, they range from his to up to $36.22 an hour, and his was $17.36. I mean, it's all the same though. They offer the same services.
Michael Schlenoff, Office of Purchasing.
Ms. Jacobs, I would think that because they have had decades of experience with the work, they would know what has to be done, how quickly it can be done, things like that, where the other bidders would not.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Minority Leader, Ron.
Hi, Ms. Creed. I just have a quick question. What county parks and buildings are we talking about? Is it general across the board, like this building that we're in right now, or what buildings are we talking about?
For the Nassau County Parks, they do all of our recreational parks and all the historic museums and properties, such as properties up in Muttontown, Bethpage Village. They do all the restrooms and administration buildings and all of our Wantaw, any of the recreational parks.
And how long have they been? They do Wantaw Park?
Yeah, the restrooms.
The restrooms?
They're not doing maintenance of the properties, they're doing just the the custodial thing.
No, the only reason why I mentioned Wandsworth is I frequent Wandsworth. I have no kids. I go to the pool, and I've been to the locker room, the restrooms, and I wasn't aware that it was being done by outside vendor. But more importantly, I didn't think that they were done that well either.
Well, that's their scope. They, we're open late evenings, and they're going into all the restrooms and cleaning them for the next day's events.
I see. But let me ask you this next question. Is there a savings by us doing, this sounds like work that the CSEA can do, and I understand that they're okay with it. This sounds like work that they can do where I would think there's CSEA workers already at these particular facilities. Well, why couldn't they do this work?
I'm sure it's just, to date, this has always been their scope of service that they've provided to us, that we don't provide the custodial. We have CSEA members that are doing other, the pools and the rinks and all that type of maintenance, but they're not doing the custodial, cleaning the restrooms and changing the people.
No, I understand what they're not doing, but I would think they're definitely knowledgeable enough to be able to do it. I mean, could the county save money by not doing this through outside vendor and have somebody else come in and do it?
Again, I think it's the familiarity of the properties, that they come in and they do a very thorough job, and they charge us an hourly rate, and they take care of the whole entire scope of the work that needs to be done.
Yeah, I see the hourly rate that they won with is $17.36.
Yes, that's the new proposed rate.
I understand. And has anyone ever done an analysis to see what we pay CSEA workers at the particular sites?
I'm not familiar with that. I could check, but I'm not familiar.
Thank you.
Legislator Dunn.
He said at the evening they go by and they clean everything up for the next day.
Yeah, the restrooms are open, we know in the leagues are playing in the evenings, so they're going through all the facilities at the end of the day before the park closes.
In the previous administration, they used to have to lock the bathrooms down because they weren't clean, there was no paper, with big towels or toilet paper,
Correct.
and there was feces outside all around the building, people couldn't get in. Do we lock our bathrooms at all?
Yes, at some point during once the activities are over in the park for that night.
Once it's closed.
They're closed, yeah. But during that time, during the entire day, they're monitoring the restrooms for us.
Because I remember in years past, we used to have a team of people go through Eisenhower Park, and every half hour, with all the toilet paper and the paper towels, mop it out, make sure the sinks and toilets clean, and they used to do that, rotate all through the park all day. Do we still do that with this company, or?
Yes, they roam the facilities on a regular basis, so they're on shifts when they come from.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions? There be any public comment? There be none. All those in favor of A3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah.
The next contract is A36, a resolution authorizing the Director of Nassau County Office of Purchasing to award and execute a contract between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Parsons Floor. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Dunn, second by Legislator Nicolau. And Mr. Palmer.
Council Public Works. A36 is a contract for the removal of the old flooring and installation of new rubber flooring at Antioch Park Ice Rink. Parsons was found the lowest qualified bidder.
Any questions of Mr. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
Legislator Jacobs.
Ken, I just was wondering a couple of things. Number one, are you familiar with the fact that obviously the Islanders are shown interest and have won the bid for the twin rings?
That's my understanding also.
Okay, so this particular work that's being done, was this originally scheduled to be done in Cantiac with or without the Islanders, or is this precipitated by the Islanders announcing that they would be moving here?
No, this work was scheduled prior to, remember the bond ordinance that we passed was for a large rink rehabilitation project, which included the mechanicals, making the rink bigger, and actually refurbishing the facility itself. So this work was contemplated before that.
Okay, and let me just see some of Parsons Floors. And they were the lowest responsible bidder.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very, very much. Any other questions? Minority Leader, Devon?
You said that they were the lowest responsible bidder, but they weren't the lowest bidder.
That is correct.
So
The,
Tubbs and Carpet Tile beat them out by a little less than $5,000.
correct, their material did not meet our specification.
They didn't meet our specifications.
That is correct.
In what aspect?
It was an interior product, it wasn't skate resistant, Mike, is that yes? Yeah, it was not skate resistant for walking on ice skates on top of the material.
Okay. And this work, as you said before to Legislator Jacobs, this work was already contemplated before any announcements with the Candiac and the Islanders, which is now going to change. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. This facility needed to be overhauled before that.
When was the last time the floor of carpet and tile was changed?
About 30 years ago. About 30 years
30
ago.
years ago. Okay. Thank you.
One more question.
Legislator Solar.
But why, Carrie?
Why is the price at $315,000? Why did the price go up?
Go up compared to what?
On your mic.
Why is $350,000 when I saw originally? Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Devon?
Yes.
Okay, I see Judy's microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Okay, go ahead. Minority
Okay.
Leader, Devon.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question, Ken. In regards to any outside influence, was there any conversations between Parsons Floors and any DPW officials prior to this contract being awarded? Or prior to it being proposed to them?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Any email back and forth?
Not to my knowledge.
And who was the drafter of the RFP?
It was worked through our facilities group along with purchasing.
And those folks have had no contact with anyone at Parsons?
Parsons Floor is a vendor of ours. We have contact with them from time to time.
But I mean, in contact with them about this particular item that's before us?
That's against the law. We're not allowed to contact
That's
them.
exactly
That's part of the bid.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So there was no contact. Thank you.
Any other legislator? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of page 36 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. The next item is B26, a resolution authorizing the county exec to award and execute a contract between the county of Nassau act on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Road Work at Bay. A motion please. Moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Costa. Mr. Arnold.
B26 is a construction contract for the rehabilitation and resurfacing of Southwest Bay Road. This is the fourth phase of the project and the final phase. Road ahead was the lowest responsible bidder.
Any questions of Mr. Arnold on this? Legislator Jacobs.
Okay. Mr. Arnold, as you know, Southwest Bay Road has become very famous
Yes.
over the last 2 years. So I just want to discuss this. This is the fourth phase. This is the one from the LIE to Jericho Turnpike. And I do have a couple of things that I want to ask you about. Number one, Road Work Ahead Inc. I don't know, in my years here, I don't remember hearing them as a company that we've used. I mean, I could be wrong in that, but to me, it's a brand new.
We have used them on other contracts.
You have?
Yes.
And
We also worked with them on other municipal projects. Most recently, they did work for the city of Long Beach for the parking malls. That was an IMA with the county.
Did they have anything to do with the first three stages in this?
No, they did not.
They didn't. Okay, so let me ask the $60 million question, I guess. Arborists, have they gone out already to examine this particular fourth phase?
Yes, we've done our due diligence on what is impacted associated with this contract.
And we've documented every single tree?
Yes.
That's good. No, I'm glad to hear that because it's important. I mean, you know, for all different reasons, it's important. But let me just say this to you. I do hope that they notice that along this stretch, the fourth phase versus the original three, there were some trees missing along the way there. There's a lot of empty strips there that I don't think it said they never had a tree, but they sure as heck have not had a tree in a long time. I also noticed that about 71 trees are going to be removed and replaced with 75 trees. But let me ask you this. I noticed that, now I'm not an expert and I'm not testifying that I am, but it looks to me like some of those trees have a pretty fairly small trunk, and I would hope that when we're removing a tree, we're seeing if it's actually doing damage.
Yeah, the trees were evaluated, only the ones that would impact the sidewalk or the road itself wouldn't be dealt with.
Okay, and we will have all that documented at any given time if somebody needs that.
Yes, just like we do that in the first three phases.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Oh, and I guess I'd like to ask too, as far as road work goes, were there any canvassing or talking with them about this particular bid prior to the granting?
Let me check. No, we will meet with the residents once we start the construction process.
And there weren't any were there any emails involved?
Prior to the bid, no.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of B26 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. The next item, and I believe it is B38, 39, and 40. All have to do with road improvement projects, and I'm going to call them all together. And of course, Mr. Arnold is a good authority to call them. Okay, so B38, contract with DPW and Paul Lizza and Sons paving to do straighten road improvement projects in the county. B39 is also a road improvement contract with a Basilica Civil Inc. Also for road improvement projects. And B40 with Paulo Lizza and Sons paving Inc. Motion please on the item. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator McLeod. Would you address each of them separately, though, Mr. Arnold?
Okay. All right, B38 is what we call a resurfacing phase 45. It's associated with resurfacing roads in the North Valley Stream, Lynbrook, Paul Place, East Meadow, Uniondale, and Westbury. Carl Lizza was the lowest responsible bidder for that contract.
Any questions regarding that contract?
If I may, Madam
Minority Leader?
This actually would go for all the contracts, just in general, in regards to the process, to ensure that the drafting of the RFP, was there any contact from Lizza or Basilico as it pertains to 339 in regards to these contracts before the contracts were announced?
No, these contracts are drafted with our in-house engineers and our consultants. Package put together and put on the street, and during the bidding process, there's no verbal communication, only a written request from the contractors, which are responded to in addenda if required.
Okay, so there was no contact with your department, with this vendor prior to this contract being announced for RFP, and was there any contact from your department, the administration regarding this particular contract?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
That was in reference to all.
Legislator Dunn.
Just a quick question, what do they expect to break ground on it?
Depending on the approval process, we hope to start some of this work at all three of these contracts this fall. Yes.
Which would be October?
I would think early October would be our goal.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any other comments, any public comment? I think we can vote on B38 at this point. All those in favor of B38 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Yeah.
Okay.
It's nay? Okay. Okay, and B39, is there anything else we would like to add, Mr. Arnold?
Just that it's, again, a resurfacing contract. The roads are associated in Oceanside, Russell Center, Westport, Routland area, and Mineola and Freeport.
Any questions regarding this contract? Any public comment? All right, there being none, all those in favor of B39 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. And B40, the contract with Blizzard. Mr. Arnold, can you add anything else?
Again, this is another resurfacing phase. These roads are mostly in the Glen Cove area. We had worked with the city on what their needs were in the city, and most of the roads associated with county roads through that city.
Any questions regarding this contract, Legislator Jacobs?
Mr. Arnold, I meant to ask this in the first Blizzard contract, but I'll ask it now. Certain alleged irregularities have been brought to light between the town of Oyster Bay and Liza. I'm wondering if that was taken into effect before you granted these contracts out. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go into depth on anything, and I don't have the in-depth knowledge of it. I know what I read, what we all read, and I'm just wondering, is there anything that you have, do you have any reason to have doubt about giving Liza these contracts?
No, they're one of our major resurfacing contractors. They do a lot of work for us each year, and they're always do quality work on time.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of B40 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, the item passes 4-3. Okay. And the next item is E84, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Sidney B. Bound and Son LLP. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Pell, second by Legislator Nicolau. Mr. Arnold.
E84 is a design contract for a building design on-call. It's one of many on-call contracts. Some that already came to this body for approval. So this allows the department to reach out to experts for things that the department cannot handle themselves or need to be done in an expedited manner.
Any questions on this item? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Just in regards to has anyone from your department, Mr. Arnold, had any contact with City Bound prior to this contract coming before us today?
Not to my knowledge. Just like that, again, this would have been gone out to bid, and any questions would have been asked and put in writing. And this is an RFP that we put together in-house with our own engineers. To my knowledge, we don't speak to the consultants.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E84 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Next item is E153, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Police Department and National Medical Services.
So moved.
Moved by Legislator Dunn, seconded by Legislator Bell.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Greg Stefanoff from the Police Department. E153 is item adding money to National Medical Service contract. National Medical Service is a lab that tests our drug chemistry and toxicology. Drug chemistry is marijuana, cocaine, and heroin. Toxicology, they test some blood and urine. They also test our sexual assault kits. This item will add $1.1 million to the contract and also increase the limit of 2014 and 2015 for the contract.
Any questions of the sergeant on this item? Legislator Dunn.
Again, it's Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Now, we send 2 police officers to bring this evidence to Pennsylvania. Every time we send evidence, two police officers have to accompany it.
Not 100% sure. I know we drive it there. I'm not 100% sure if it's 2, but I know we take it there. But the location, they're an ASCLAD certified lab, and they're able to perform the service for us. And that's, I think, at this time, it's the most reasonable way to
proceed. Absolutely. Now, the cost of $1.1 million isn't the question I have, because even if we did it here, it would probably cost that much money to get this stuff done. But the cost is taking those two officers off the street, putting them back and forth, each piece of evidence. Over time, the cost is really in the hidden part, that we're not really exposed to. So when is our lab going to be finished? Do you have any idea when our lab is going to be done?
Yes, I spoke to Andy's office. They actually, for this discipline, which is under this contract, the drug chemistry, they anticipate the spring of 2016 to be certified and be able to start processing.
That sounds promising. I'm just hoping we can deliver it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, any public comments? There being none, all those in favor of E-153 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. The next item, thank you, sir. The next item is E-154, a personal services agreement between, excuse me, the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Cameron Engineering and Associates, LLC. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Capel, second by legislator Dove. Mr. Arnold.
E-184 is, 154, I'm sorry, is another one of our building on-call consultant agreements. It was procured through the same process as E-84, which was, initially was up on in front of you for.
Legislator Capel.
Thank you. The $750,000, that's across all 8 firms that we're bringing here?
The 750 cap is for each firm.
For each firm?
Yes.
Okay, and how are they chosen, by the expertise?
Yes, we look at the firm's experience, the personnel's experience, the availability of that personnel. And then we rank the firms technically, and then we look at their cost proposals.
So you say that they were ranked number 2?
Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold, based off of our reading of the backup, we were still awaiting the disclosure forms. Have you been able to provide those to us? Have we received them?
My knowledge, I thought we had everything submitted. If not, I apologize, and we can get that to you.
The form that we had in the backup was dated from January 20th, 2015.
Okay, so
Excuse me, Minority Leader, but my understanding that they were filed.
It was filed.
I mean, there's a lot of, I assume that we took care of everything. That's why I made this calendar today. If it didn't, we can definitely go get it.
If you can provide it to us, that'd be great, because I guess the majority might have received it, but we did not receive it.
Okay, we can table this one. Motion to table be 154, signify by saying aye. Okay. And all those in favor? I think the motion was made by legislator Capel, seconded by legislator Nicolao. All those in favor of tabling E-154 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the item is tabled until we get verification of the disclosure. Thank you. The next item is E-155, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau and Nassau Healthcare Corporation. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Capel.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Marine, Department of Health. Item E-155-15 is a contract extension with the Nassau Healthcare Corporation in the amount of $1,250,000. This is for the mandated public health services pursuant to New York State Public Health Law. This continues the county's payments to the Healthcare Corporation, $5 million annually, payable in quarterly installments.
Any questions from the legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E-155 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is E-156, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County Division of Real Estate Services and Smith and DeGroat Real Estate. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Capel.
Good afternoon, legislators.
I'll turn the mic on, please.
Is that better? Good afternoon, legislators. This is Ken Walsh, Officer of Real Estate Services. This is a contract of 1 year, capped at $100,000 for a services contract to provide our office with the development of inventory and evaluation of county real estate assets. It was pursuant to an RFP issued earlier this year and a best and final offer. And it will be hopefully developing a database that will be user-friendly for our office and other departments of whatever county assets are out there. We have properties, as you can imagine, of all sizes, from the small sliver properties that you see we come to many of these meetings to sell to larger properties.
Any questions of Mr. Wolf?
Just a quick one.
Legislator Dunn.
How often do we do inventory? I thought we done it like every other year.
We haven't done a comprehensive inventory for garden in several years. I'm going to say it's been maybe like 2005, 2006, and obviously it's a changing target because, you know, we do acquire properties, for example, through tax liens.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of item E156 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Next item is E157, a personnel services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Parks, Recreation and Museums and Passaggio Entertainment LLC. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Nicoletto.
Item 3, Department of Parks. It's a special service agreement with promoter Passaggio for performances at Lakeside Theater during the summer. It's funded through hotel motel grant money, and it's for, the term is just for this season.
Any questions? Legislator Capel.
This contract is for performances that were already held?
Yes, because of the new requirements of disclosure, this contract got held up a little bit in the process. The service already has taken place.
So there's not much we can do about it. I mean, seriously. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? All those in favor of E157 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes 6-1. E158, a personnel services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Public Works and J.C. Broderick and Associates Motion, please. Moved by legislator Capel, second by legislator Dunn. Mr. Arnold.
E158 is a contract amendment with J.C. Broderick to increase their cap for their asbestos monitoring contract from $400,000 to $750,000. The cap increase is mainly due to the amount of work that they're working with their precinct projects and also the family court renovation bills.
Any questions of Mr. Arnold on this item? Now legislator Dunn.
What do they do?
Well, J.C. Broderick's scope of work is when either our facility maintenance people or any other contractor runs across material that's suspected to be asbestos, they come and test it, and then they provide the monitoring whether our in-house contractor moved the asbestos or an outside contractor on another project.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Bernard Anita Abrams.
Thank you. Just refresh our memories, Mr. Arnold. When this original contract was executed in December 14, at that time DPW had asked us to encumber only $25,000 out of $400,000. But now you're asking us for an additional $300 to bring the total for the 2-year contract to $700. Is that correct?
That is correct. But when we first came to you, the cap was probably $400. We only were encovering $25,000 for initial work that we had outlined. In the meantime, we've done advisements for the remainder of that money as projects had come up.
So how much is this spent?
Excuse me?
How much is this spent?
I would assume at this point we're probably fairly close to the $400,000 mark.
Okay, so just tell me how the $400,000 has been spent. in 9 months or so?
A large project which had a lot of asbestos monitoring was the family court facility.
Okay.
So there's money been covered against that contract, that capital project into this contract. And I believe also the first precinct had a significant amount of asbestos remediation during the removal of the 1 building we had to tear down. So the monitoring is part of that project, and then we have our day-to-day work that comes up as our facilities people do various tasks throughout the county.
Okay. And there's been no contact with J.C. Broderick or anyone from DPW prior to this contract coming before us today regarding this particular item?
Well, the amendment, I mean, they work for us currently, so the amendment was just, I mean, they alert us where they are with that cap money and that compensation, but how they were awarded, there was no prior contract.
Yeah, with them being awarded, because
Yes.
there were 8 firms that responded.
Right, yes, during that process, no. Any questions would have been put in writing to the department.
Thank you.
Any other questions, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E-158 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item E-159, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and D&B Engineers and Architects. Please see motion, please. Moved by legislator Capel, second by legislator Dunn. Mr. Arnold.
E-159 is a contract for construction management services associated with the reconstruction and sandy hardening of various pump stations throughout the county. This contract will cover 2 of our design packages, and they will oversee all construction activities.
Any questions on this item, Mr. Arnold? Any public comment?
If I may.
Let's go on.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Arnold, standard, I mean, was there any contact with anyone from the worker at Bartolucci, with anybody in the DPW staff?
No, there was not.
Prior to this contract? Okay. Give me 1 second. And based off the technical ranking, the worker at Bartolucci ranked the highest, correct? With a 92.8 score?
That is correct.
But according to the backup, they were $200,000 above the lowest bidder. What was the ranking that hurt? I guess it was Hader Engineering. They were ranked 9th. What was the knocks on them?
Hader Engineering did not have the expertise in this type of work, nor does their firm have any experience to the magnitude that we required to cover these projects.
So they didn't have the expertise in this type of
Yes.
project.
And their expertise is not in the wastewater field. They do more traffic work and road work.
I see. And when you have your scoring system, what's the weight that from what you just told me, what's the weight of that in comprised with the entire score system?
Experience.
So experience
and personal expertise and experience is probably 70 to 75% of the score.
So 75% of the scoring is expertise, and roughly 25% is price?
No, price is not.
Price is not
the 25% could be schedule, location of the firm, and prior experience working on municipal projects. Price is not looked at until after the technical scores are ranked.
Oh, so you rank everybody blind?
Yes.
Lack of a better term, and
yes.
then you look at all of the pricing.
We do a quality-based selection.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any?
I do have one.
Legislator Jacobs?
Right. Ken, this is almost like a statement. I just want you to correct me where I'm going wrong. In our review, it seemed that this is a sandy recovery SSW capital project funded from project number 3P311, where we previously issued and authorized $76 million in bond monies. And supposedly this will be eligible for FEMA and New York State reimbursement from the allocated $830 million. Is that still in effect?
That is correct. Yeah,
okay.
This contract will be 100% reimbursed.
Excellent, thank you very, very much.
Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E159 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. The next item is E160, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Public Works and County Engineering and Associates LLP. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Patel. Mr. Arnold.
E16 is a contract amendment for time only. It's to extend the Cameron contract to assist us with work for the courthouses related to the HVAC systems. There's no cap increase for this amendment.
Any questions of Mr. Arnold on this item? Any public comment? Legislator Jacobs.
All right, I want to ask you something. Why are we reviving a contract that appears to have terminated in 2010? You can correct me where I'm wrong.
They were our design engineer. We had to repackage their work because the amount of work exceeds the bond authorization for the capital project. And we're going to break the work into smaller pieces over a longer length of time. I think it was an oversight why this contract expired. It wasn't dealt with earlier because I don't think they had any factual work that needed to be paid recently, which is why it probably was an oversight. But as we now break this into smaller pieces, there'll be some tasks that they'll need to do for us, which we can cover underneath their existing cap, but it requires a time extension.
And the reason this wasn't bid at this time is because it's, in essence, so the way you're looking at it is an extension of what they've been doing.
Yeah, they're the initial designers, so it makes more sense to let them manage the reprogramming of the work as compared to bring somebody in fresh and start all over again.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E160 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Okay, the next item is E161, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Human Services Office of Mental Health, Chemical Dependency and Developmental Disability Services and New Horizon Counseling Center. Motion, please. So moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Nicolao, and we have
Brian Hall, Department of Human Services. This is a contract with New Horizon to perform mental health and mental health clinic programs. It's 100% funded by the Office of Mental Health, New York State.
any questions? Legislator Jacobs.
I just was wondering if you could, enrich upon the fact as to how and why this vendor was selected.
What happens is on the Department of Mental Health, New York State, they actually pick the vendors for us and they assign the contracts.
Okay, yeah, that's my answer, thank you.
Any other questions, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E161 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is E162, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Social Services and American Record Management Systems, Inc. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Bell. Who's here to speak on this item?
Hello, Ed Eisenstein from the Information Technology Department. How are you? Is this number 15 that we're discussing?
Sorry, it's a personal services agreement, E162. Right? Is that you? Okay. Oh, Mr. Rogers, okay, it's yours. I'm sorry.
My apologies, there we
I
go.
apologize, Mr. Rogers.
Paul Roderick, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Social Services. The item before you was a contract with American Record Management for maintaining our records, DSS, our hard copy. We image all original documents that come in applications by law. We're mandated to maintain hard copy files, and that's what this firm does for us.
Any questions of Mr. Broderick? Minority Leader, Abrams.
Thank you. Mr. Roderick, was there, we could
All right. No, I didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down at the same time. I apologize. We were trying to find out in the backup was there any other contractors that bid on this work, or was it just the same vendor, or American Record Management?
What, for this year?
Well, when this RFP went out, the county issued an RFP on December 15, 2014 for record management, correct?
Correct.
And I know I understand that they've been contracting with the county for almost 20 years, or if not more. So what I was asking was, is the contract expired? Was there any other bidders on the RFP?
I don't have that information in front of me as to other respondents, but I'm sure there were, because just intuitively, I would think that there are other companies that provide similar services, if not the exact same services. But I can get that information to
You
you.
can provide that to us,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions, public comment? All right. Okay, all those in favor of E-162 signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
The next item is E-163. Thank you, Mr. Brown. The next item is E-163, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Department of the District Attorney and Family and Children's Association. Motion, please. Moved by legislator McFell, second by legislator McFell. And we have.
Bob McManus, District Attorney's Office.
Welcome, Mr.
Thank you. The services to be provided by the contractor under this agreement consist of conducting a summer soccer program for at-risk youth in the Newcastle area of Nassau County. This program is intended to increase socialization between different ethnic groups, reduce gang involvement, and foster good citizenship. The District Attorney's Office has funded this program since 2011.
Isn't this something?
Hold on, legislator McFell.
I'm sorry, this is coming from Nassau County funds or federal forfeiture?
Federal forfeiture funds, sir.
Okay, so why Newcastle?
Because of it's part of the district attorney's discretionary programs to finance social programs and for youth within the county. As you probably know, we have other programs in other localities. This particular program happens to be located in Newcastle.
How's it working out?
It's fine. The program has been conducted since 2011 without any difficulties.
Why any difficulties? Is it accomplishing?
As far as we're concerned, yes, sir, it is.
All right.
Legislator Dunn.
Thank you. The district attorney is a law enforcement department. It's taking care of children and having fun things for them to do. Isn't that like social services or the youth council? Or isn't that what they're really set up to do? Our youth board, youth council is supposed to be taking care of kids, keeping them out of jail, keeping them off the streets, keeping them, giving them a father image or a mother image with the coaches and all that. The district attorney is supposed to be investigating crime and taking care of bad things that are happening, not being a social butterfly. I don't understand why we're getting into we are in the field of, if you were educating on DWIs, I like that program, education on drugs, I like that program, but having fun with kids, that doesn't seem to be law enforcement, and we're spending a lot of money on the district attorney's office. I don't get it.
Yes, sir. Well, without question, those other agencies do a tremendous job of running these types of programs. However, the forfeiture funds awarded to the district attorney through investigations and prosecutions, a percentage of those programs are earmarked to pass through to community organizations to deal with the root causes of crime. And traditionally, a lot of that funding has gone to youth groups throughout the county.
So it's not for
have fun thing, it's a
Absolutely not. Well, certainly we hope that the young people have fun, but the idea is to reduce gang involvement and to, in this particular case, foster good relations between different ethnic and racial groups.
So it is forced to fund, and it fits within the criteria of the federal government's requirements. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I do. Legislator Jacobs.
I just want to tell you, speaking for myself, I think the $28,000, this is a bargain. Like my friend Barbara Johnson, who used to sit on this legislature, would say, it's a bargain, grab it. Anything that can help reduce crime in any way, shape, or form, and bring everybody together, all races, all religions, to work together. And if they do have fun, more power for it, because that means they'll come back. And I think it's great, and I applaud your office.
Thank you.
They're doing all that for $28,000.
No, excuse me, but your legislator was talking about this in particular, it's only $28,000. I'd like to believe that I remember from Dylan days back to Captain Rice's to now, this is continuing to be something we look for at certain programs that would enable us to bring crime rates down. Otherwise, we're filling our jails, costing us a fortune of money, and not rehabilitating anybody. So, you gotta weigh it.
Very much, Legislator Jacobs. Please, Ron.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Hey guys, just clear on the record, what's the hours of this program?
The hours, during the summer, the hours are basically from approximately 9 a.m., 10 a.m. to 3 to 4 p.m.
And the program, does it operate during the school season?
No, sir, this is a summer program.
Oh, I'm sorry, June 1st to December 31st, that's why I thought it operated during school.
No, sir.
Okay.
That's this particular program.
So it operates between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m.?
Roughly those hours, correct.
Okay. And every hour, I guess, they're in this program, it's very hard for them to participate in gang activities.
Oh, that's the intent, correct.
So to me, this sounds like it's more of a diversion program, which is a great alternative to gangs, am I correct?
As I said,
it's very hard to be in gang activity while you're kicking a soccer ball.
We hope so.
Yes, I agree with you. That's why I supported the affirmative. Thank you.
Any other comments, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E163 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. We're moving on to E168, a personal services agreement between the county of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Office of the County Executive and Auctions International. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Control, second by Legislator Dunn.
Michael Schlemoff, Office of Purchasing.
All right, talk to us.
Michael Schlemoff, Office of Purchasing. This is a renewable contract we've had since 2006, where the county uses Auctions International to dispose of county assets. Last year we received $340,000. This year so far, $107,000. That does not include all 1,300 voting machines that they're currently working on getting rid of for the county.
Okay, any questions? Any comments? Any public comments? There being none, all those in favor of E168 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Now, we have an addendum, I believe, and we do have an addendum, and hopefully we will have a copy of the addendum. And right now, I need a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by Legislator Navarro, second by Legislator Control. All those in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the rules are suspended. The first item is A39, a resolution authorizing the Director of Nassau County Office of Purchasing to award and execute a contract between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Police Department and Atlantic TAC. Motion approved, moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Fox. Okay, I'm Sergeant Stump.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Greg Stefanoff again from the police. A39 is a purchase request from Atlantic Tactical for uniform kits. These kits are going to be used for the new hires that we anticipate. We anticipate about 150 new hires either this month or the beginning of next month. And the total cost is $192,652.
Any questions of the sergeant? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of A39 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Aye, the item passes unanimously. Now, I'm going to call A41 because it's with the police department, since you're up here, Sergeant. We may as well save you some steps.
But respectfully, I have Inspector Torres coming down from Support Division.
So I'm not saving you any steps.
To speak on that, if you could, wait till...
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next item then is A40, a resolution authorizing the Director of Nassau County Office of Purchasing to award and execute a contract between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Correctional Center and Tyler Technologies. Motion for the rules. Moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Nicolello, and who do we have here?
Good afternoon, Captain Keith Zeta. This is an upgrade for our current software that we use with our enforcement division, both in our offices at 240 and Family Court.
Any questions? Legislator Capel.
How long are we using this software?
We've been using this software for approximately 10 years now.
10 years now. So you haven't gone out to bid on a new system just to see if this is this still the best out there?
It's the same system that Suffolk County deputy sheriffs use. Tried and true. We haven't had a lot of problems with it. The biggest problem is the fact that we need the upgrades, changes in the law.
Which is part of, I guess, an annual license?
Correct.
So my question remains, you've evaluated other systems, or are you just going to keep riding with this system?
We're very happy with this system, so...
And pricing on other systems? I'm sorry. Would this system be competitive?
Well, it's competitive in the fact that this represents an upgrade and not the purchase of a brand new system. This is an upgrade to the current system.
All right. Okay.
Any other questions or comments, or any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of A40 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is, are we ready for this one? Is the person here? Sergeant? It's 841.
He's not here, but if you want, if you wish, I can start.
I can call the others and come back to it. If he, he may come by the time I get through with the others.
Whatever you wish.
I think so. I think you would feel more comfortable if you were here to do this.
I could start. It's not a...
But then we have to take a motion. We don't want to take a
Okay.
a vote. So I think we wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next one is E164. A personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Traffic and Parking Violations Agency and John B. O'Shea. Motion for moved by legislator Nicolello, second by legislator Dunn. Okay, who do we have here to speak on this? Anyone here to speak on this item? This is E164. With Tickbutt and John B. O'Shea.
I do know that John O'Shea is the village justice for the Mineola, village of Mineola, which is
served in that capacity for many years. So we're happy to serve.
Dave Rich, Assistant Executive Director for Traffic and Parking Violations Agency. It's a $52,000 amendment, which represents a 2-year contract. This is the second year, which is a renewal period. The reason is we've been doing speed camera hearings, representing about 4 to 5 hearings 3 days a week. We've had 3 different JHOs that resigned this past year. We've also had 1 JHO pass away. In addition, 1 other JHO was out for leave for about 4 or 5 months. So we've needed to backfill using the existing judges that were still on board.
Any questions? Legislator Salas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How is the role of the JHO different from the role of a judge?
TIFA is they use what's called the Judicial Hearing Officer for their hearings because it's for traffic and parking only, so it's not really judge, but to fit into the JHO title, so to speak, these are retired judges or sitting judges in current villages or jurisdictions.
So this request is in response to, I guess, a backlog of the speed ticket?
Yeah, we have about 21, 22 JHOs on as contracts. Like I said, we've had about 4 that we've lost in the past year, so this individual has actually increased their appearances at TIFA.
But with a number of JHOs that we have at this rate, I mean, how can we attack this backlog?
Well, the backlog, we expect to finish speed camera hearings in November, so that should assist, and then we should be able to knock down to 3 or 4 hearing rooms a day then.
Thank you.
Any other comments, any other questions? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E-164 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Sergeant, do we have the individual here? I can call the item now, if he's here.
Yes.
Ready? Here we go. Okay, the next item is item A41, a resolution authorizing the Director of Nassau County Office of Purchases to award and execute a contract between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of Nassau County Police Department and Ursa LLC. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Dunn, second by Legislator Bell, and we have.
Hi, good morning, Deputy Inspector Robert Torres, Deputy Commanding Officer Support Services. What's before you is a contract to supply the access control and the video surveillance system for the new first precinct construction.
Questions? Any comments? None. Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of page 41, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have several items that have to do with the IT department. This is your turn, Commissioner, and I'm going to call E165, E169, E170, E171, E172, E173, and these are all personal services agreements between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Information Technology and Emphasis International Inc. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Dunn, second by Legislator Bell. All right, I think what I did say, we were going to pull all of the items together, and I believe I went astray here. So I'm calling E169 as well with the Department of Information Technology and Temporary Computer Services. The next one, which is another personal services agreement between IT and the computer force, and E71, 171 is Another personal services agreement between IT and Custom Commuter Specialist Inc. E-172, personal services agreement between IT and Bound Management Systems, and E-173, a personal services agreement between IT and Swan International Inc. Now, a motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Bettler. Now it's yours.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the
That's
small
okay,
one
no
before. So our supplemental staffing contracts have been in place since before this current administration took place. We went out to RFP last year to renew those contracts that are being expired. At the time, the supplemental staffing contract pool was made of 6 vendors. What had happened with those vendors, as we began to look for expertise within them, maybe 2 to 3 would respond on a normal basis. With these new supplemental staffing contracts, we're able to have close to 18 vendors qualified to be able to supply us technicians and technical people as needed. So that is what this is. This is 7 of 18 supplemental staffing contracts that are qualified vendors to replace the existing supplemental staffing contract that had 6 vendors on it.
Commissioner, this is, how many vendors are we talking about?
These are only 7 here, but I think there's 18 qualified vendors that will be in total to make up our supplemental staffing pool.
And the dollar amount?
I believe each dollar amount was about $300,000. The only one with a larger dollar amount was Infosys because of the regular activity we have with them regularly. Our initial, we wanted to originally put it in a penny amount and disperse the money how it's needed, but we were not able to overcome that accounting hurdle, so therefore we put a dollar amount in each one. The unfortunate effect of that is that if one particular vendor wins an award over the other one, we have to move monies around from one person to the other. That's the only nuance that we deal with having that. So we hope that compared to the 6 supplemental vendors where only 2 or 3 participated in the past, we hope out of the 18, at least 5 or 6 participated actively.
Any questions? Legislator Jacobs.
Hi, Mr. Eisenstein. I wanted to ask you a question. Obviously, we are farming out a lot of work in these particular, issues. For the record, how do other municipalities procure these type of services?
Similarly, they have different contracts in line. They sometimes use state. They go for RFPs and create blanket orders. It is quite common to use supplemental staffing for higher-end tasks. I would like to say that the IT department has done a very concerted effort over the last 5.5 years to hire CSCA staff. I believe I'm up to 28 people that I've been able to bring in. What happens with that personnel, that's day-to-day personnel. When you're talking about the higher-end projects, you really need somebody here for 3, 6, 8 months, if you will. And that's really how these are being used. Where the day-to-day activities are being done by CSCA workers, which is the most cost-effective way to operate.
Can I ask you something else then? Can a representative, maybe not yourself, but somebody else in the administrative level, tell the legislature if and when periodic evaluations take place regarding some of these contracts that we enter into? I guess the first question is, do you do periodic evaluations?
Well, yes, and as a matter of fact, if I could talk about that for a moment. Each time a supplemental staffer is hired, there's a mandatory meeting with a union representative where letters are sent to them, letters are put back, and we meet with the union regularly for each and every supplemental staffer to explain to them that can it be done in-house, cannot be done in-house. We have an open dialogue with them around that.
Okay, so there's an open dialogue, but I'm talking about their particular qualifications, like these 7 that we're seeing right now, but you said there's more. I mean, who monitors that they're actually doing the jobs and doing them well?
Well, it's not only myself, but I have a list of managers who monitor and oversee this. We carefully work within timelines and have really organized IT to run like a business. We have timelines and we measure them. We're a little tough on the consultants lately. We do expect a lot from them. For example, in the past, people were allowed to work some remote hours. We really have cut all of that off. We, I personally review what they do, and I have managers who oversee their work on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, that's good. It's reassurance then that we know they're doing the job, otherwise I would assume you would replace them.
Yeah, and I'm quite active on that, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, any other comments, any public comments? There being none, all those in favor? What? Ms. Botel.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that this county spends a huge amount of money on information technology. I have serious doubts as to whether you're getting your money's worth, or whether you are at the state of the art where you ought to be in practical fact. I wonder, I have never seen an overall comprehensive report concerning the objectives and programs of information technology. Is there such a report that exists? Have you ever received one?
Mr. Eisenstein, can you address that question, please?
Yes, please. We recently went through a very interesting exercise with our auditing team. I think they're called McGladrey, if I'm not mistaken. And they reviewed our documentation, and there was a lot of back and forth, and they have agreed that we're operating in a fairly good place.
If I may, I'm not sure.
I know, but if you have any other questions of IT, we can address them at a later time. In fact, Mr. Eisenstein will do that for you. But this is not a Q&A session. Please, just address your comments to us.
My comments really carry on from some of the questions that we just asked, and that relates to the question of whether you are in a position to evaluate these budgetary requests that are being made of you, because you don't have the big picture, you don't have the kind of report we're talking about, and there's more and more money going out here. Your own website, for example, is practically impossible in terms of being truly an effective communication medium for the public, or even for yourselves. And there's never been, at least as long as I've been around, any hearing concerning where all of this fits in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Botel. Thank you, Mr. Eisenstein, as well.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of E165, E169, E170, E171, E172, and E173 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, the items are passed tonight. And thank you very much, Mr. Eisenstein.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is E175. E175, the personal service agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Forest Corporation, New York. Moved by legislator Doug, second by legislator Nicolello, and who do we have here?
Hi, this is Sean Sally from the Nassau County Department of Public Works.
Okay, tell us about it.
Sure, this is the proposed 5 towns drainage study. This is a project that was conceived out of the New York Rising Community Reconstruction Program after Superstorm Sandy. The community reconstruction plan identified certain drainage needs, stormwater management needs in the 5 towns region, memorialized that in the plan that the state adopted, and asked the county to be the agency that would administer and manage this comprehensive drainage study. So given that background, the county entered into a subrecipient agreement, this legislature entered into a subrecipient agreement with New York State in October of 2014 to provide a HUD Community Development Block Grant disaster recovery funding for the projects that came out of the New York Rising Community Reconstruction Plan. So in this case and for this study, 90% of the cost of the project is being funded by these community development block grant disaster recovery funds, the remaining from the county. The reason why it's not 100% funded through the DR, through the grant, is that two of the hamlets and villages in the 5 towns that we are analyzing as part of the drainage study, because it all is a shared system, we're actually not part of the state's community reconstruction planning area. So given the guidelines of HUD, that part of the project is not eligible for federal funding. But again, 90% is, and we will be seeking reimbursement for that fund.
Any questions? Any comments? Any public comments? There being none, all those in favor of E 175 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Move on. Thank you very much. The next one is E 176. Personal Services Agreement between the County of Nassau, act on behalf of the County Department of Public Works and Lockwood, Tesla, and Bartlett, Inc. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Bell, second by Legislator Dunn. Mr. Arnold.
Ken Arnold, Public Works. E-176 is a contract with Lockwood, Tesla, and Bartlett to provide construction management services associated with a federally funded road resurfacing project referred to by the department as Phase 32. This is one of 3 contracts that will come to this body. I assume the next 2 will come the next session. This contract will cover the office engineering portion of the work.
Any questions of Mr. Arnold on this item? Minority Leader Abrams.
How are you doing, Mr. Arnold?
Good.
Again, this one, according to the technical score, Hayter Engineering's ranked a 5, but their proposed fee was the lowest. I think in earlier testimony you said that they had no experience with that contract, but they were traffic and roads. I can't get what you said exactly.
Yes, the majority of their experience is traffic and civil site type of work, but with that being said, they still don't score well with experience as compared to the firms that typically do the larger county work, which is the firms that were ranked the highest in this listing. So we look at their personnel, we look at their overall experience, and did not meet the same criteria that these other firms have met.
I see. I'm just, it's just a big disparity, $200,000. I mean, if they do have some experience, do they have some experience working with municipalities? I don't know Hayter. I don't know.
There are subcontracts to a couple of things right now that we're working with their people, but as a standalone contract, they have not received the contract on their own with the county.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, any other comments, any public comments? There being none, all those in favor of E 176 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, the item passes unanimously. Next item is E 177, a resolution affirming to an amendment to special counsel contract entered into by the Nassau County Attorney and Meyer, Swazi, English, and Klein, C. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Nicolau, second by Legislator Football. And we have.
Good afternoon, Priscilla Curtis from the County Attorney's Office. This is an amendment to an existing contract to provide legal services to the county, specifically to cover a trial, it's a federal court action. The trial will cover, the court has ordered that a trial be granted and proceed on 18 individual litigants. The trial is to commence shortly, and special counsel is there to assist us in the individual trials that will be taking place in federal court.
Any questions of Ms. Lucado? Legislator Jacobs.
Well, let me just ask you something, Lisa. Sure. It seems to me that, well, first I'd like to ask a question. Can you explain the nature and current status of this litigation, and why is it allegedly necessary to hire outside counsel since this is an outside vendor?
I'll start with your first question. The status of the litigation was that this matter was being handled in-house. The question is, there is a class of litigants in the jail who are alleging violations of their, under their civil rights regarding their conditions within the jail. A individual class was not created, however, the similar claims for the individual litigants. The county has made a application for summary judgment, and while that application for summary judgment dismissing the county out of the action is pending, the federal judge has said, despite the pending application, that the individual claims of this class of litigants challenging their conditions of confinement must proceed to trial. So there are a group of individual trials for each specified litigant. So the need for special counsel to assist us is it would tie up several deputy county attorneys to conduct 18 individual separate trials. So we have reached out to have the resources of this particular law firm to assist us in conducting those individual trials. That's why we're asking for special counsel to assist us.
Thank you. Legislator Nicolau.
Carlo, the total here, the maximum amount is $75,000.
Correct.
How are they going to be doing that work for 18 separate trial orders rather than under 2 years?
I think the claims of the litigants has been streamlined by the federal judge and through the discovery process and what specifically is going to be addressed at each of the individual trials. So we believe also that the deputy county attorneys will be assisting special counsel in that to also cut down on the costs and to make applications wherever possible, pretrial or motions, applications to limit the trials and to combine them so that we're not expending unnecessary costs.
So are these going to, they're not consolidated, these cases, so they're going to be tried separately, each one of them?
They're going to be tried separately before a single judge, and because of the natures of the claims, similar claims are being made, but if there's a determination of particular liability, the liability and the damage to each person is specific. So essentially there'll be a determination first, was there an obligation or a duty that was violated, and liability occurs, that's the first stage, and then the second stage is whether or not to determine what damage, if any, is appropriate to satisfy that liability.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, any other questions, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of item E, 177, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes 4 to 3. Next item is E178, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and H2M Architects and Engineers. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Dunn, second by Legislator Nicolello, and Ms. Palmer.
E178 is a design contract with H2M Engineering associated with the pump stations in Glen Cove. Pump stations in Glen Cove need to be rehabilitated. They're at their end of their useful life, and H2M will be working on a certain number of them. They were the lowest, they were the most qualified responsible bidder. While not the lowest cost, they offered a couple of things that the other firms did not have, specifically past experience on pump stations of this magnitude, and also experience in force main drilling that is important for one of the pump stations on this project.
Any comments or questions from the legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E178 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes 7 unanimously. Next item is E179, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Office of Nassau County Attorney and the law office of Vincent D. McNamara. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Dunn, second by legislator Nicolao, and the secretary.
Good afternoon, Legislature. Lisa Loperto, County Attorney's Office. This is a contract for legal services to help represent the county in a state action whereby the county is being sued for significant bodily injury to an individual claiming that they were injured while driving their vehicle and they were driving it over a manhole, and the question is whether or not that manhole damaged the individual's car and caused the individual's car to crash and had significant bodily injury to him. At present, all discovery was handled in-house, has been closed, and now the matter is poised for trial. Special counsel has been brought in to assist us in litigating this very complicated personal injury litigation.
Bernard Bonita,
Hi, Mr. Colonel.
Good afternoon, Legislator.
This particular contract, this doesn't seem to be too complex. Why would this be going to outside counsel?
As I indicated, the majority of the work was handled in-house, and there were multiple defendants in the litigation. It was determined, though, as we proceed to trial, that particular expertise and dedication of time was necessary to defend this type of injury. The injuries are very serious, and we believed additional counsel was necessary to help us defend.
So let me ask you, I mean, it sounds like you said there's many defendants in this particular case. I mean, I see the village of Freeport, the town of Hempstead. Are they also hiring Mr. McNamara as outside counsel? Or?
Well, there are co-defendants in the litigation. So the town of Hempstead has recently been, they had made application to be dismissed out of the case, which was granted. The only two remaining defendants now are the village of Freeport and the county of Nassau. We are the only defendant with the village who are left in the case.
Who's representing the village?
I don't have that information with me, but I can provide.
I'm just curious because we spend this kind of money. This seems like work that should be handled in-house by the county attorney's office.
Well, we look at each individual case to determine what is best to defend, and we believe in this instance additional experienced litigators are necessary to do justice to the case.
Okay. I don't want to go too much off topic, and I know there's a lot of cases that you handle, but I would like to, at some point, set up a meeting, because I would like to get a better understanding of the cases that you do handle.
Sure.
Which I'm sure there are. But,
absolutely.
But it just appears that when we sit here at the Rules Committee, from all different types of cases, like this one that's here before us today, to other things, it just seems like I don't have an understanding of what area is the county attorney's expertise. I'm sure I'd like to understand better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E1 79, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes 4-3. The next item is E180, a personal services agreement between the County of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and M&J Engineering, PC. Motion, please. Moved by legislator Patel, seconded by legislator Nicolao. And Mr. Arnold. Here it is. Here it is.
E180 is a contract for construction management services associated with the rehabilitation of traffic signals on Old Country Road. M&J Engineering was the lowest responsible bidder, proposer. They will cover both Phase 1 and Phase 2, which are two separate bid contracts. Phase 1 had previously come to this body for approval. The construction contract, this is the CM contract to support that work.
Legislator Patel.
This is just, what's the construction contract for, how much?
Both construction contracts are roughly $11 million in total.
$11 million, and that's for the signals.
Yes.
So what are they doing?
They're replacing aging infrastructure along the Old Country Road corridor from the city line to the Suffolk County line.
So it just seems like an awful lot of money for construction management.
There are state contracts, there's a lot of oversight on this type of work. We get reimbursed 80% from the state, so there's a lot more oversight, a lot of coordination. The time frame is longer because of the coordination of traffic through the corridor as we build this.
Okay.
Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of E180 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. The Rules Committee will now recess.
Excuse me? The one item we were waiting for, I have it, I believe.
Oh, the one that we need
The
to...
financial disclosure,
The
yep.
one that we need to untable.
Yes.
Correct? I have to get the item first. E154. Let's go back to the original agenda. Okay, E154, which is a personal services agreement between the town of Nassau acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Public Works and Cameron Engineering and Associates. I think we need
City
motion.
bound.
Hold on. We need motion to untable. Motion to untable, please. What? No. Not the one?
No, I think it was the one with Sydney Bound, E84.
We voted on 154.
Cameron was, okay. Yeah, that was fine.
We're not doing that one. No, we did, 154 was the table. The table, and we needed the disclosure information.
No, we have to turn it back.
I believe that we needed the disclosure information. All right, do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you have? What do you want? I need to untable 154, if you have it.
Yes, I do.
Now this situation, Ms. Arnold, I think we're going to leave it tabled until we get another question resolved. So
Okay.
hold on, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will now recess in the next committee of public safety. And members of the public safety committee, please take your seats.
Just give me till Tuesday. But have I failed?
I'm going to call the Public Safety Committee to order. As clerk, we call the attendance. Legislator Fidel? Yeah. Legislator Abraham is here. Legislator Laura Cohen, ranking member, is here. Legislator Denise Ford is here. Legislator Vincent Muscarello is here. Vice Chair Don McKenzie is here, and I'm here. We have a quorum. First item coming before this committee is item 322-15. It's an ordinance to amend an ordinance 58-2014, which establishes towing zones within the county of Nassau. I have a motion from McKenzie, seconded by Denise Ford. And
good afternoon, Sergeant Greg Stefanoff from the police. Item 32215 amends the prior legislation where we rezoned separating the Line Expressway and the 135. This realigns the zones by precinct because we felt to be more efficient if the entire precinct is in one zone, it will be handled by that precinct. The prior legislation, the zones overlapped in different precincts, and we felt there'd be confusion if a precinct was impounding in another precinct's territory.
are there any questions from any of the legislators? Legislator Laura Cohen.
Thank you. So I understand this was first filed in January, and I'm just wondering why the delay? Why is it just coming down?
That I'm not sure.
Legislator Minor.
Delay, sorry. The delay from January to this point, it's my understanding that OLBR has estimated that there's a $1.4 million difference, or I should say deficit now in the budget based on that delay. But you say you don't understand why there was a delay?
No, I'm not sure. I'd have to, this went through our legal bureau with the county attorney. I'd have to, ask them about why there was a delay.
Okay, so obviously, considering the dollar amount, I'd be interested to know how we could, in essence, make up the deficit or the difference now.
Well, before, I can inquire before the full ledge as to why there was a delay on the item.
Please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? There was no testimony that it was financially, it was because it's convenience with the precincts. Okay, any public comment? There being none, all in favor of this indicate by saying aye. Aye, any against? It passes on to finance. And the next item, we'll stay here for the next two items. Item 323-15 is the ordinance to provide for franchises for police towing services. Motion by Legislator McKenzie, seconded by Denise Ford. Legislator Ford. And this one is, again,
Sergeant Greg Stefanoff. Item 32315 changes if a person requests a regular tow, not an impound. This will enable us to use the tow company to tow for a regular tow. Also, with this the intent of this legislation is to expedite. We were using a tow list where people picked, and quite often, especially during non-business hours, we would have to keep reselecting another tow because the tow wasn't available to come out. So this will allow us to use the tows we normally use, and then there's a mechanism, if they're not available, we go to the adjoining tow zone. And it's worked quite well with impounds. And if the people, the motorists will still be able to choose if they have AAA, they don't have to choose a tow from us. for like, God forbid, there's an accident, take an accident, they can still choose their own tows. This is just if they wish us, the police department, to choose for them.
And mechanically, we get traffic flowing when usually
Yes.
there's a problem in that
Yes.
happens, right? Have to wait for a tow truck and traffic's backing up. It usually happens at a hydrant.
Yes.
All right, so any other questions by the legislator? Legislator Cohen?
Just the same thing. From what I understand, this was also first filed in January, so we'll also find out about this one as well.
Yes, I'll find out from both.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other legislators, any questions? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? We'll pass this on to finance. The next item is 399-15, is ordinance supplemental 339. All right. Ordinance supplemental annual appropriations ordinance in connection with the police department. So I'm going to step on.
This item is...
motion by
I'm sorry.
Kennedy, seconded by Muscarella. I'm sorry.
Sorry. This item is to appropriate the 2015 State Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program for $487,500. The money will be used for training and exercises, also to buy batteries for our current personal protective equipment to refresh the batteries in those items. We're also going to be buying a radiation detector, which will, if we ever have to go to a scene, God forbid, of where there's possible radiation, this unit will identify if it's harmful to anybody. And we're also going to buy 6 license plate readers to initiate it, within the county. And the license plate readers automatically read plates as they go by, and we'll use them in various locations that are necessary.
The car stolen
Or even, we use them for the presidential debate, we use them for different, the Belmont Stakes, big, if we're ever, called out for anything, we use it for, just for safety, to enhance safety.
Any other questions for the legislator? That's it. Okay, any public comment? There being none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? It passes on to finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We might have something on, just check it real quick. Stay around, because the addenda we. Okay, the next item, thank you. The next item is item 342-15, is the ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriations ordinance in connection with the district attorney's office.
Bob McManus, District Attorney's Office. Item 342 is, your approval of item 342 will enable the District Attorney's Office to utilize funding awarded as a result of our participation in civil forfeiture investigations. By law, these funds must be used to further support law enforcement efforts.
Okay, the motion was made by again, legislator McKenzie, seconded by Vincent Muscarella. Now, are there any questions on this item? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? This goes on to finance. And say right there, Mr. McManus, I believe this is with you also. Item 344-15, it's an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the district attorney's office. And item 344 is about what?
This is also a civil forfeiture item. This one having to do with the with awards received by the district attorney's office for the prosecution of various civil forfeiture cases.
Any questions on this from the legislator? Public comment, there being none? Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, the motion was made by McKenzie, seconded by legislator Muscarella. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? It goes on to finance also.
Thank you.
I need a motion to suspend the rules, made by McKenzie, seconded by legislator Ford. All in favor of suspending the rules for the supplemental, or for the addendum, indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We have item 354-15, this is an ordinance supplemental to the appropriations ordinance in connection with the Department of Social Services. Who do we have for social services?
Good afternoon, Paul Bauer, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Social Services.
Well, okay. Moved by, motion was made by some sections. Moved by legislator Muscarella, seconded by legislator Ford. Now, the item before us,
Paul Bauer, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Social Services. My apologies. The item before you is supplemental appropriation for $165,600 from a New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services. It is 100% grant funding, and it is to fund our local reentry task force, which assists individuals being released from being incarcerated in state facilities and being reintroduced back to Nassau.
that's not Nassau County Jail also, or just?
No, this is primarily state.
Any questions from any of the legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? It moves on to finance. Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Thank you.
The next item is 359-13. It's an ordinance supplementing the appropriations ordinance in connection with the Nassau County Department of Appropriation. Motion by McKenzie, second by Ford. And
Edward Schenk, Nassau County Probation Department. This item is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $51,666.46 in funds from the New York State Office of Children and Family Services. The funding provides for supervision and treatment services for juveniles, which is part of the governor's initiative for juvenile justice reform. It seeks to increase the number of juvenile delinquents referred to and successfully adjusted at probation intake, reduce the number of secure and non-secure detention days, and establish viable alternatives to residential placement. The funding is for a staff person, juvenile justice coordinator at the Nassau County Probation Department.
okay, any questions from any of the legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Against? Passes on to finance. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is, okay, item 362-15. It's an ordinance supplemental and appropriations ordinance in connection with the police department. Sergeant Stefanoff, you still with him? Yes, he is. Motion by legislator McKenzie, seconded by legislator Muscarella.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Greg Stefano. Item 362-15 is a U.S. Department of Transportation motor carrier safety grant. The money is $423,367. The money will be used for setting up checkpoints for the tractor trailers and the trucks. It's also going to be used to buy safety equipment for the members to perform inspections also.
Any questions from any legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? It passes on to finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the next item, okay, is item 363-15, an ordinance supplemental and appropriations ordinance in connection with the correctional center. And who do we have for the correctional center? Motion by McKenzie, seconded by legislator Muscarella.
I'll have Mr. Saban come back in. Can you wait a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll go on to the next item and then come back to that. All right, let's take a motion to table by Muscarella, seconded by McKenzie. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Okay, there's no nays. We're going to table it for the time being and untable it once somebody from the correction center comes. All right, item 366-15
is an ordinance supplemental and appropriation ordinance in connection with the office of the county executive. Motion by Mackenzie, seconded by Muscarella, and who do we have from the county executive's office? Nobody. Silence is definitely. We're going to table this also and have to come back to it after the next meeting. Moved by Legislator Muscarella, seconded by Legislator Ford. The table until somebody shows up. All in favor on tabling indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Okay, but it's not moving anyway. It's going to be. What we'll do is we're going to recess. We're not going to have a motion to adjourn, so we can come back in when they do appear. And we can go back to our meeting. But this time, our public safety stands in recess. The next committee is planning. Planning is next. Planning, those members of the planning, please come to their seats. Going up there.
At this time, I'd like to call the Planning Development Environment Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Legislator Curran?
Here.
Legislator Solage? Here. Ranking Member Legislator Jacobs? Okay, when she gets here, I'll acknowledge her. Legislator Rhodes? Here. Legislator Ford? Vice Chairman Dunn? Here. Chairwoman Schaefer? Here. We have one. And Legislator Jacobs is here.
Yes, he is. Okay, we have one item on the agenda. Clerk item 321-15 is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to accept on behalf of the County of Nassau an offer of purchase from Memorial Hospital for Cancer and Allied Diseases of certain premises located in Unionville, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said property known as Section 44, Block F, P.O. Lot 403 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute a deed, contract of sale, and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to consummate the sale. We have a motion? So moved by Legislator Dunn, seconded by Legislator Ford.
Legislator Schaefer, you want to say? Okay.
We just want on record to reflect that Legislator Judy Jacobs is going to recuse herself for this.
Okay.
The papers have been filed.
Okay, thank you. Do we have someone to speak on this?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you? I'm Suzanne. Are you substituting somebody? Are you going to substitute? Okay.
Okay, so Josh Meyer, Manon Lopes, Devereaux West, 81 Main Street, Suite 510, White Plains, New York. So I do a brief summary today on the overall contract of sale between Sloan Kettering and Nassau County. So the purchaser on this contract is actually Memorial Hospital for Cancer and Allied Diseases. That's an affiliate of Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. This is an outright sale of the property. It's not a lease, it's an outright sale of approximately 5-acre parcel of an unimproved portion of the southwest portion of the Coliseum site. That's at the intersection of Hempstead Turnpike and Earl Overington Boulevard. Sloan Kettering will construct a state-of-the-art regional ambulatory care and cancer treatment and research facility containing about approximately 105,000 square feet initially, expandable up to 140,000 square feet. It will also contain a parking garage containing approximately 450 parking spaces immediately adjacent to the facility. The facility will be approximately $180 million is what Sloan Kettering will invest in the facility and the adjacent parking garage. That will bring approximately 250 jobs to this facility, to this site. Approximately 80 retained jobs from the Rockville Center facility, which will be closed upon the construction and opening of this facility, and approximately an additional 170 new jobs to be created there. The average salary of all 250 jobs, salary and benefits, is approximately $150,000. The purchase price for the parcel, the approximately 5-acre parcel of property, would be $6.5 million. The performance of construction will be guaranteed by the affiliate Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. As with any contract to sale, there's a number of conditions to closing on this. So it's just like any residential contract to sale where you enter into the contract to sale to agree to sell the parcel. A number of conditions have to be satisfied, and then the deed will be transferred at that later date. So on this, there's a number of standard conditions with a few notable exceptions for the closing conditions. The standard closing conditions are satisfaction of all zoning requirements and environmental reviews, adequate utilities and sanitary sewer services on the site, and the subdivision of the property by the county, as this parcel needs to be carved out from the existing 77-acre site that's currently leased to NEC. The notable exceptions include the receipt of a certificate of need from the New York State Department of Health to open a facility such as this. That's an approximately 12 to 15-month period, and that is a closing condition, so that once the contract of sale is entered into, Sloan Kettering can pursue the certificate of need, and that would take approximately 12 to 15 months to obtain that certificate of need. Also, the closing condition is a release of the property from the county's existing lease with NEC, so they actually have to, as I indicated, carve out that property, that parcel of property from the lease with NEC. Commencing on the agreement dates, Sloan Kettering will pay the county $32,500 as a carry payment until the property can be closed on. So all throughout the time that they're pursuing the certificate of need, the environmental reviews, meeting any zoning requirements, they'll be paying the county the $32,500, and that's in addition to the down payment, in addition to the full purchase price of the $6.5 million. So, as I indicated, just to be clear on it, this is the contract to sale. There's a number of conditions. So once the legislature approves this, then Sloan Kettering will move forward with all the closing conditions, and at that time, the deed will be transferred to Sloan Kettering. In this transaction, there will be deed restrictions on the property. It's a significant provision in the contract of sale. It's a significant aspect of this contract that has resulted in a number of issues that we can discuss momentarily. But with the deed restrictions, Sloan Kettering is restricted on what they will be able to do with the property upon the occurrence of certain conditions. So the first restriction is Sloan Kettering cannot transfer or convey the property at any time prior to the certificate of occupancy being issued on the property. So what that ensures is that Sloan Kettering will obtain the property, actually construct the facility. We didn't want there to be any instance where Sloan Kettering obtained this parcel of property and then flip it to someone or before they constructed anything. So we want to ensure that the facility that they have indicated will be constructed on site and that they will that it would be brought to full construction and that they could not do anything with the property to convey it prior to that time. The second deed restriction is a reverter clause that requires the property to revert back to county ownership upon the occurrence of the failure of the property to be used for healthcare-related treatment and research purposes. So it has to contain both elements of that, healthcare treatment and research. Or if it failed to be used for only 100% research. So if at any time, whether or not Sloan Kettering owned it at that time, or they subsequently conveyed it later on down the line, it still needs to be used for healthcare treatment and research, or 100% research, because this is part of the vision for that corridor, is a biotech corridor on that site in that location to have a healthcare-related uses of that facility. If at any time it was not used for that purpose, it would revert back to the county wholesale with the facility, with this $180 million facility constructed on site at that time. And as I indicated, the deed restriction remains in place if Sloan Kettering were ever to convey this to any other entity in the future. Sloan Kettering is required to commence construction within 1 year of the closing, so we didn't want Sloan Kettering to obtain the parcel and then sit on it for an extended period of time. They need to initiate construction within 1 year of the closing. Sloan Kettering will be required to pay prevailing wages for all construction labor on the site or enter into a project labor agreement for all construction related to the project. Finally, there's an educational commitment in the contract to sale. Within 6 months of the agreement, Sloan Kettering is required to reach out to the local community colleges and other educational institutions in the area, advise them of the internship and educational programs or opportunities available at the facility, and those programs will be consistent with the programs that Sloan Kettering has at many of their other facilities. So that's a summary.
Thank you.
Open to questions.
I have one question to start with. Do you know the appraisal price of the property?
So the appraisal price was approximately $9.3 million.
Okay, so there's obviously a discrepancy between the purchase price and the appraisal. Can you explain that?
Right, so the county went out and retained an appraiser to do an appraisal of the property. Originally, when this property was looked at, this 5-acre parcel that was anticipated, it was actually on the intersection of Rollo Wheaton and Hempstead Turnpike. And so initially, there's a 5% reduction on the appraisal because it's been moved 450 feet off the intersection. So that would bring it down to approximately $8.9 million. That's not in the appraisal right now. That was a subsequent, because of the way, when the appraisal was done, it's at the intersection, this is the subsequent number that was produced. So it's $8.9 million. In addition to that, there's a lot, as I indicated, it's a unique parcel and what's being done with the facility. The deed restriction itself is an issue that needed to be contemplated in the contract of sale. So you can't underestimate what this deed restriction does. The Sloan Kettering is required in the future. They can't sell it 20, 30 years from now for an office building, a big box store. They can't do what they want to do with it. It affects the marketability of the parcel if Sloan Kettering sought to convey it in the future. So you really can't underestimate what that does to the purchase price. If you went out and looked at this on the open market, it would be difficult to sell this to other entities because they would face the same restriction. And if you can't do something with it in the future at any time relating to that, it's a significant restriction. As well, Sloan Kettering is investing $15 to $18 million to construct the parking structure. This is a very tight parcel. They're going to have to, instead of going out, they would because it's at least $25,000 to $40,000 is space to construct the parking structure. Because it's a very tight structure, the majority of it is the actual facility in the building. Now you have to go up instead of out for the parking. You're investing the $15 to $18 million in the parking structure alone. And the county is actually, and NEC is actually going to have a shared use of that parking structure. So on nights and weekends, when there's an event going on, the county will have access to that parking. So that's another, if the county were just outright to sell it to someone else, they would not have that ability necessarily to obtain that. That further reduces the value of the appraisal. In addition, in section 54.1 of the NEC lease, you have the restrictions there as well, which indicate that anything that's built on the site, you have to have compatible or complementary uses for any future development, if it's already in the NEC lease that we have. That, and you can't materially adversely impact what's going on at the Coliseum or any of the retail development or the Coliseum development. So you can't do that. So that's a restriction that further reduces, and it's a factor when you're looking at the appraisal price. The appraisal price is one thing. What someone would pay for it is something else. You have the public benefits for this facility, the fact that Sloan Kettering is a world-class institution and cancer treatment and research center. They're keeping the 80 retained jobs in Nassau County. You have the 170 new jobs, the average salaries, and the fact that Sloan Kettering's putting in $180 million of private investment on this facility. And finally, it's just the extraordinary site conditions that you have at this location. It's a very tight location there, and they'll have to satisfy any of the environmental reviews, bring the utilities to the site.
Thank you. To your knowledge, has there been an economic analysis performed with respect to this facility?
I believe there is one that will be performed on this facility.
Okay. Will we see it before we approve it?
Yes, you'll see that. The legislature will have that before the full legislative approval.
Okay, that's good. And then I have one other question before anyone else. Since this information has been out for quite a while now that Sloan Kettering is coming here, has there been any interest by other entities to develop one in the area?
Right, no, there hasn't been. This has been out in the public for quite a long time, that Sloan Kettering effectively came to the county with an unsolicited proposal to address this, and we haven't seen any other interest, especially in this location particularly, or any other aspect of this.
Okay. Legislator Dunn?
You said that they were going to pay $32,500 to the, is that per month? Because you never said per month.
Sorry. So yeah, $32,500 per month.
Because that was all that time.
Yeah, right. Right. That would be. I stand corrected on that. So $32,500 per month until such time as closed.
Thank you.
Legislator Rose?
Yeah, Mr. Meyer, just referring to the, and I don't know if you have it there, the actual map, the plot map. I know you indicated that the building itself is being moved off of Earl Ovington Boulevard and Hempstead Turnpike, that corner.
Right.
So I do notice that what's there appears to be surface parking. Is that part of the 5 acres that's being transferred?
No, so it's just, and I'm not sure which one that you have there, but between.
I wish I could show you.
I wish we had it up on that. We don't have it up on the. So anything that you see that's surface parking, that between the corner and this 5 acre parcel remains a portion of the will now be 72 acres for NEC. So the one that I have is you have you'll see effectively the facility, the parking garage, and you see a fair amount of parking to what's on mine to the left of it.
Right.
And so that will remain. That is not associated with the Sloan Kettering parcel. That will remain with NEC's.
Thank you.
Legislator Solodges?
Thank you, Chair Schaefer. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi. Just get things straight here. The appraisal value is $9.5 million. Is that correct?
9.36.
Okay. And we're selling it for $6.5 million.
That's correct.
So where are we selling it for more than $3 million less than the appraised value?
So if I could just reiterate that one aspect of it, we could get an update from the appraiser. That was when it was at the corner. There'd be the 5% reduction. It brings it down to the $8.9 million. And we could get a letter or an update to the appraisal from the appraiser for the legislature.
Why are we selling it for less?
For the number of indicators, the appraisal is one thing with the fair market value. That is for a standard contract of sale. There's a number of provisions that have been built into this that would significantly reduce the price, including, as I indicated, the deed restriction severely limits that. When the appraiser took a look at this, that wasn't contemplated in the appraisal. The appraiser just takes a look at it from what would be just a standard across the board. Here's what, it's a comparative analysis based on other properties sold recently in the surrounding area. Now, once you build in significant restrictions into the contract of sale, it reduces the price.
So are you confident that we'll be getting the fair market value?
As I indicated, there's a difference between what fair market value would be pursuant to what the appraiser thinks that would be and what somebody would purchase it for. So I believe that this is a fair value for what somebody would purchase it for based on the restrictions that are built into the contract of sale that the appraiser would not be aware of.
Thank you. Another note, is it Sloan Kettering that's responsible for building the parking garage?
Yes.
And should the property revert back to the county, would we also receive the parking garage?
Yes, we receive everything on that location, including the parking garage.
What is the status of the Blumenfeld litigation?
The status of the Blumenfeld litigation is an ongoing, active litigation. They're exchanging papers or having status conferences with the court, and the county's not a party to that, so it's ongoing at this time.
But how could that affect this possible construction?
So it's not anticipated that it would affect the construction. What it does right off the bat, if the litigation is ongoing, it tolls any of the time periods that are in the actual document. So right now, it basically pauses the agreement to the extent that Sloan Kettering has 24 months to close on this parcel of property and actually receive the deed associated with it. Right off the bat, what that does is it pauses that, and for as long as that litigation goes on, Sloan Kettering gets the commensurate number of months to, in addition to the 24-month period to close. Anything else associated with that, Sloan Kettering could choose to walk away at that point and not pursue that, but at this point, it's not anticipated that the litigation will hold up anything associated other than that with this facility. Sloan Kettering can still choose to move forward with construction, even with litigation.
But it would be a risk on their part.
That's correct.
And their attorneys would probably advise them not to do that.
It depends on what they could have discussions that it's not anticipated that there will be any injunctions requested by the Blumenfeld group associated with this that would stop construction, and so it's not anticipated that would have any impact on this.
So because of that issue, we can't really contemplate a possible shovel-ready date.
That's possible, based on that, because it tolls this, that's a distinct possibility. But at the 24-month period, the county can choose to terminate the agreement and move forward and release the property back to any state.
Have we reached out to Blumenfeld to ask them to waive any claims to the 5 acres in the interest of having this in the interest of expediting this construction?
We have not, no, the answer to that is no, and we haven't received official word that they would not hold up construction, but we could ask. We could ask, their attorneys would probably advise them, yes or no, to waive that at that point, but right, it's a concern, but Sloan Kettering could choose to move forward with that. The Blumenfeld litigation wouldn't necessarily impact these 5 acres at all. Depending on how the Blumenfeld litigation is pursued and how it comes out, it may not impact this at all. The parties could do additional research on that. Sloan Kettering could pursue that once the contract of sale is signed, but it won't impact, to our knowledge, the actual execution of the contract of sale in any manner.
So if Sloan Memorial terminates the agreement due to the Blumenfeld litigation, are they still obligated to pay Nassau County the carry payments of $32,500?
At that point, no. And once they terminate it, they would not pay the $32,000. Those are the carry payments between the contract of sale and the closing date.
As for another issue that might take longer than we anticipated, the certificate of need. You stated before that it may take 6 months.
It would anywhere 12 to 15 months.
Okay, it would take 12 to 15 months.
Yep, and Sloan Kettering is very familiar with that process, and I feel very confident that they'll obtain that certificate of need.
Okay. Are there any specific approvals needed by the town of Hempstead?
They will need your standard zoning requirements. It's not outside of the zoning at all. It's not a variance from what's in existence. They need to go there and get your standard approvals from the town of Hempstead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Legislator Curran?
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Quick question. When will the NEC carve-out that you talked about, when will that come before the legislature?
We believe we've had obviously discussions with NEC on this. NEC is in full support of two things: the subdivision, which needs to take place, will be in front of the Planning Commission tomorrow on that, for that to be approved. So that's just carving out and actually drawing the lines on the 5-acre parcel, exactly where those lines would be, to carve it out of the 77-acre portion of the parcel. And NEC is also in full support of the release of the parcel as well. So we intend to provide that documentation to the legislature prior to the full legislature approving the contract of sale.
Okay.
So the next time that you meet, you'll have any of the necessary documentation to document that and provide the evidence for that.
So would that be, I'm not sure what it would look like legally, but would that be like an addendum to the lease?
An addendum or amendment to the lease is what we anticipate, right?
Okay.
Or some form of approval and permission from them that it can be released from that portion of the property. We would say that what will happen on this is that they're in agreement. The release won't occur on the date that the contract of sale will be executed. NEC will actually retain that 5-acre parcel within their lease until the closing, until the date of closing. So whenever that is, after they obtain the certificate of need, they meet all the other closing conditions, and we actually get to the closing, that parcel property will be released from the 77-acre parcel simultaneously at the closing. So NEC will retain it now. They'll have an agreement with Sloan Kettering to be able to go in, do the due diligence, do whatever they need to make sure that the parcel is, when they dig down and they see what's actually in the ground, and then it'll be released at closing.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay. All those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? This item passes unanimously. Motion to adjourn by Legislator Dunn, seconded by Legislator Ford. All in favor?
We're going to have, going back to reconvene the public safety. Will the members of public safety please come out, take your seats. Okay. First item that has been tabled, untabled, that's 363, was tabled, and a motion by Muscarella and seconded by McKenzie. It's on the table. All in favor, begin by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Okay. Who do we have to speak on the correctional center?
Good afternoon, Paul Broderick, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Social Services. Captain Keith Saban was here earlier, and he had left the forum, but I told him I would speak to his item. He briefed me on it. It's an appropriation of $30,495 from the New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services. It's grant monies coming in, and the purpose of the grant monies to reduce violent crime through improved coordination among federal, state, and local criminal justice agencies, and the money is targeted for additional training for their officers.
Excellent. Any questions from any legislator? There being any public comment, there being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Okay, thank you so much. Goes on to finance. The next item is 366-15. That's been tabled, and Mr. Muscarella makes a motion on table, second by McKenzie. All in favor on table, say aye. Any against? Okay, it's on table. And who do we have on county, from the county exec's office?
Hi, this is Roseanne Deleva from the budget office. This item appropriates $155,936 of New York State Office of Crime for the Crime Victims Unit.
Anybody have any questions on this item? Any public comment? There being none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Okay, it passes on to finance.
Thank you.
This motion to adjourn by McKenzie, second by Muscarella. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. This committee has been adjourned. Public Works is next. Ask members of Public Works and Parks Committee to take their seats.
I'm going to call the Public Works and Parks Committee to order. I'll call the roll. Legislator Curran.
Here.
Legislator Jacobs. Ranking Legislator Salah. Here. Legislator McKenzie. Here. Legislator Becker.
Present.
Substituting for Chairman Mascarella, Legislator Nicolillo.
Here.
And Chair recognizes that Legislator Jacobs is present, and I'm present as Vice Chair. First item of business is clerk item number 324-15, a resolution authorizing the county executive to accept on behalf of the county of Nassau the dedication of certain sanitary sewer lines constructed in the bed of New Hyde Park Road and within an existing county easement in the village of North Hills, county of Nassau, state of New York. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator Nicolello. Is there anyone here to speak on this item?
Nicholas Randus, Deputy County Attorney. This is a residential development in the village of North Hills, known as the, constructed by the developer RXR North Hills, Phase 1 owner LLC. There's a total amount of, there are two different sewer pipes to be installed, that were installed, 559 feet within the bed of New Hyde Park Road, and 316 feet within the existing county easements in the area. The sewer has been constructed and accepted by DPW as meeting all the requirements. And we are requesting that the county legislature authorize the dedication of the sewer to be added to the county system, sanitary sewer system at this time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy County Attorney Sarandis. Are there any questions from the legislators? Legislator Becker.
This is common practice, right?
Excuse me?
This is a common practice.
Oh, yes. We probably do 10, 20 of these a year.
Right, it requires the
county
and the county takes over the system. Okay, just want to be sure it's no different than the others.
Excuse me?
I want to be sure this was no different than others.
No, it's no different. It's just the same sewer system. I probably have 4 to 8 sitting on my desk in various stages of completion. Some out with agreements where they're posting bonds to construct it. Some are awaiting DPW inspection, and this one was completed in July and expected at the end of July, and was ready for consideration by the legislature.
Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of clerk item 324-15, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carries 7-0. Next item is 326-15, a resolution authorizing the standardization of the SCADA system HMI software platform for all county wastewater facilities pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Section 103, subsection 5. We have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator Nicolello. We have anyone speak on this item?
Yes, good afternoon. Joe Davenport, representing the Department of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport.
You're welcome. The item before you, a resolution that would provide the Department of Public Works the ability to standardize the HMI software that's used with the plant's SCADA system. SCADA is an acronym for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. It's the system of instrumentation and computer control used to operate the plant. The HMI software is the human-machine interface or the display that appears on the computer monitors that the plant operators use to control the various processes or equipment at the plant. We're asking for the ability to standardize the software we use for the HMI system so that the symbols, the colors, the animation is all the same no matter what process an operator might be working out, what area of the plant or which plant they're at. If the symbols, the colors, if they're different between these software programs, there's a chance an operator could make an error. Think he's turning off a pump, he might be turning on a pump, closing a valve, opening a valve. So we believe there's a safety reason for doing this. Also, if we have multiple software packages used for the HMI system, it's just additional maintenance agreements we would have to put in place. There would be additional costs for upgrading different software systems. And also, a single system allows employees to be trained on one rather than be trained on multiple systems. We're recommending a software system, GE Simplicity. It's in use at the plant at some of the local treatment processes as part of a major computerized control instrumentation improvement project we're beginning. We want the ability to at least standardize this one component. We're still publicly bidding the construction contract, the overall contract. This is just one element of the contract we believe it's important to standardize for the operation of the plant.
Now, I'm presuming, just a couple questions before we get started. I'm presuming that since we have United that's actually operating the plants, that you've been in consultation with United, and this is an operating system that they agree they should be operating on?
That's correct. We work in concert with them, we coordinate with them. The county is still responsible for implementing the capital improvements, but we work very closely with them during the development of those projects.
Are there any other questions from legislators? Legislator Becker.
To piggyback on the prior question, is this a recommendation that United Water made to us?
No, this is a I'll say a group recommendation. The Department of Public Works hired a consultant, CDM Smith, for the design of the skating improvements. It was something they recommended to us. It's something
they being
CDM Smith, the design consultant. You know, their experience doing this in other areas, they're a nationwide firm, doing this in other areas of the country for other similar utilities, that it is a standard practice to standardize the display, the interface that the employees, the operators are using to control the treatment plant.
Now, was this a contract or a study that was doing prior to United Water taking over?
Yes, this was a capital project that was initiated prior to January of this year.
And then what would United Water be using? Do they, they're supposedly the people who are recommending to us things to make our system more efficient and so forth. It would seem to me something they would recommend. Obviously, they have systems like this already in place elsewhere.
Certainly at other plants that they operate, yes, they would have similar systems in place. And whether we had this operation contract with United Water or the county maintained operation, this would be a good practice going forward. We want to expand the collection of data, the ability to remotely control areas of the treatment plant. It's something that we would do irrespective of the operations agreement with United Water.
Okay, all right. It would seem to me that maybe they'd initiate this kind of a thing, but we're doing it, and we're responsible for the capital improvements anyway. But is this a system that they think is something that they'd use in their other facilities, perhaps?
Well, it's particular for our plant. It's not something you can pick up and move in another facility. It's particular to our plant. It's particular to our treatment processes. You know, the equipment we purchase, this will be part of the specification that the operator's interface terminal will utilize this software.
And so it's not going to necessarily save any money. It's just something more of a safety component and something that
it's a safety
for training and that sort of thing.
It's a safety component, but it's also an efficiency improvement.
In what way?
Where you might have to go to 9 different pumps to adjust the pump speed. Now you've created a system where there's this centralized control unit at that area of the plant but you can control the pumps all from this one location.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Legislator Kinsey.
A quick question for you, and I think we all get the concept of unifying this software throughout the whole system, but this also selects the particular software that's being used, so not only does it unify the system, it selects it as a sole source, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why then, even if we were in agreement as to unifying the whole system, why then would we unify the system and then put out the software itself to bid to find the equipment on that basis rather than a sole source?
I think I mentioned the GE Simplicity system. It's software that's already in use in some of the process areas of both Bay Park and Cedar Creek. The plant staff is familiar with it. As part of this work, we did evaluate the system. It provides all the needed components, capabilities that we desire. It's a reputable company, and it's something that we believe will be supported for many years to come. We don't want to install a system that then the company goes out of business or stops producing that software package.
And are there other manufacturers or reputable companies that do a similar software package, or is this one unique to these type of systems and other ones?
No, there are other HMI software programs. But again, these are, the GE Simplicity is something we have in use. The operators are familiar with it. The operators are happy with it. And we believe it's something that's going to be a long-lasting program.
Thank you.
One follow-up. Has there been any discussion with United with respect to any changes that there may be to staffing requirements at the facility as a result of the institution of an automated software system?
No, I have not had those discussions.
Thank you. Any questions from, any other questions from legislators? All right, there being none, any public comment? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of clerk item number 326-15, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carries by a vote of 7-0. If there's no objection, I would like to call items 340-15, 348-15, I'm sorry, 347-15 and 348-15 together. Is there any objection to doing so? 340-15. All right, 340-15 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in a federal transportation project, providing for emergency repairs to 97 traffic signals, federal aid eligible roadways project 62017 SAC, and PWFEM 1000 DE5C5 Pen 0989.06, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute the agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the advancement of said federal aid transportation projects in Nassau County, New York. Item 347-15 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in a federal aid transportation project providing for emergency repairs to repairing damaged traffic signals at 85 locations, project 62017 SAC, and PWFEM 1000 DE5C5 Pin 098907, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute the agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the advancement of said federal aid transportation projects in Nassau County, New York. Item 348-15 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in a federal aid transportation project providing for emergency repairs to 71 traffic signals, federal aid eligible roadways project 62017 SAC, and PWFEM 1000 DE5C5 Pin 098905, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute the agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the advancement of said federal aid transportation projects in Nassau County, New York. Do I have a motion on all three? So moved by Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator Nicolello. Do you have anyone to speak?
Good afternoon, Jeff Langren from Public Works.
Welcome, Mr. Langren.
Thank you. These three contracts will allow Nassau County to recoup a little over $2.1 million that was spent in the weeks following Hurricane Sandy related to traffic signal and infrastructure repairs. These contracts are for 100% reimbursement of what we spent.
questions from any legislators? Any public comment? There being none, we'll call for a vote on items 340-15, 347-15, and 348-15. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Items are carried 7-0. Item 343-15, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums. We have a motion on that? So moved by legislator Nicolello, seconded by legislator McKenzie. Do we have anyone to speak on this item? I will entertain a motion to table. Oh, we do. I'm sorry. Oh. Ms. Cream, I apologize.
Eileen Cream, Department of Parks. We're at 341, is that correct?
Yes, we are at 343-15.
Okay, this is a request to appropriate $1,235,000 funds from anticipated revenues to be collected for anticipated programs for Mitchell Field.
Okay, do we have any questions? Is there any public comment?
Could you just explain that a little further?
Yeah, these funds represent the annual amount of fees anticipated to be collected at Mitchell Field programs. And it offsets the expenses. So it's the revenue and expense.
Oh, so you're just moving the money around to
Yes.
offset the expenses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from legislators? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of clerk item number 343-15, please signify so by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Item carries by a vote of 7-0. Again, if there's no objection, I'd like to lump together items number 347-15, 349-15, I apologize, 350-15 and 351-15. 349-15 is a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design, services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the project, and authorizing the County Executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the performance of such work for the project and for the participation by the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the project, identified as PIN 0989-20 for the design and construction of traffic signals, intelligent transportation systems, and communication infrastructure in Long Beach, Nassau County, New York. Item 350-15 is a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design, services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the project, and authorizing the County Executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the performance of such work for the project and for the participation by the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the project, identified as PIN 0989-2.21 for the design and construction of traffic signals, intelligent transportation systems, and communication infrastructure in Long Beach, Nassau County, New York. And item 351-15, a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design, services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the project, and authorizing the County Executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the performance of such work for the project and for the participation by the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the project, identified as PIN 0989.22 for the design and construction of traffic signals, intelligent transportation systems, and communication infrastructure in Long Beach, Nassau County, New York. Now I know why Benny left. Do we have a motion on those?
So moved.
All right, so moved by legislator Becker, seconded by legislator McKenzie. And Mr. Lindgren, if you can speak on these as well.
Can I just get clarification on the numbers that you called, if you don't mind?
Sure.
349, 50, and 51?
Correct.
These three contracts are to address going forward the effects of Hurricane Sandy. We received 80% funding from the Federal Highway Administration's Emergency Relief Fund to rebuild the traffic signals related to these specific projects, as well as the communications infrastructure and traffic surveillance. So as a result of Hurricane Sandy, there was a lot of damage to our underground infrastructure as well as the signals. And what we did with the previous contracts that I was just up here for, we made temporary repairs until we can come back and actually rebuild these signals completely, which is the contracts before.
Actually, Mr. Lindgren, are 352-15 and 353-15 similar projects?
Yes, it's 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 are all federal aid projects with 80% reimbursement.
Does that include 53 as well?
Yes, I'm sorry, 53 as well.
If there's no objection, can I include 52 and 53 at this point? No objection? All right, it's moved by legislator Becker, seconded by legislator Nicolello. All those in favor of adding considering 52 and 352 and 353 together with those previously read, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I've been advised by the clerk that I have to read them. I'm sorry. 352-15, a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the project, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the performance of such work for the project and for the participation by the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the project, identified as PIN 0989.23 for the design and construction of traffic signals, intelligent transportation systems, and communication infrastructure at various locations along the south shore of Nassau County, New York. Item 353-15 is a resolution approving a federal aid project administered by the New York State Department of Transportation and authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the project, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the performance of such work for the project and for the participation by the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the project, identified as PIN 0989.24 for the design and construction of traffic signals, intelligent transportation systems, and communication infrastructure in Island Park, Nassau County, New York. Mr. Lindgren, obviously what you testified to previously is the same with respect to projects 352-15 and 353-15, that this is an 80-20 split with the county to pay 20% of the construction cost to repair Hurricane Sandy damage to our infrastructure.
Correct. And all is about just a little over 38 million total.
Are there any questions from the legislators? Legislator Carr.
It's not really a question, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Lindgren. I had a chance to tour the traffic control center, which is housed at DPW, and it's very interesting. And I would encourage my colleagues to go and have a look. It's very high-tech, very state-of-the-art. So, just wanted to put that in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, legislator. Any other comments from the legislators? Questions from the legislators? Any public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of items 349-15, 350-15, 351-15, 352-15, and 353-15, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion carries by a vote of 7-0, and are referred to the Finance Committee. We also have one addendum item, which is item number 328-15. Do we have a motion to suspend the rules? Motion by legislator Nicolello, seconded by legislator Becker. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is agreed to. Clerk, item number 32815, an ordinance to authorize the county executive to execute an amendment to a contract with Transdev Services, Inc. for the management, operation, and maintenance of the Nassau County bus system. Anybody want to speak on this item? Good afternoon, thanks for coming.
Good afternoon, Sharon Assad, Department of Public Works. This is an amendment for a contract between Nassau County and Transdev, the operator of the Nassau Intercounty Express. This particular amendment includes a primary piece with regard to the amount that Transdev will be operating for 2015 in the amount of $127.8 million. It also includes an inventory valuation, as well as a clarification on additional revenues that was requested by the Controller's Office.
I have been advised by staff that is much more astute than I am that we require a motion to actually consider 32815. So can we have that motion? Motion by legislator Becker, seconded by legislator Nicolello. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. Those opposed, say nay. Carries 7-0. Are there any questions on 32815 from legislators? Legislator Nicolello?
Just could you tell us what the increase is in funding and where it's coming from, please?
The funding is coming from the federal government, New York State, some from Nassau County, and there's an additional New York State funding as well. We will also be utilizing fare box revenues and advertising revenues.
So what's the total increase?
$6 million
And
over the 2014 year.
And the county's portion?
1.7 is what we'd be out for.
Would it be expected that that increased funding level would continue into 2016?
Yes.
And I don't know if you know this, but the county has already accounted for the 1.7 million increase in funding in the 2015 budget. Is that accurate? Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Legislator Jacobs.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong, so that's an increase from the past year, but not necessarily an increase in the contract, am I correct?
Yes, there will be an increase in the contract, but the base amount in the contract is not the same. That's why we are having this amendment right now.
Tell me something good that's going to happen with the system that will start addressing the questions and the concerns that the people in the northeast quadrants of Nassau County have, such as not having any service and no able ride.
Okay, you're speaking about the able ride service.
Not only able ride, I'm speaking about even just having one bus line that runs once or twice a day to enable able ride to be accessed by different people who are in need. I mean, has any thought been given to the amount of money that would be needed to do that?
Yes, some thought has been given to that, and I believe there has been some discussion with your office with regard to that. But the bottom line is that we just need more funding overall. This just covers the existing service.
But you know how I look at this? This is such a human thing to do. That this is like, it bothers me so much. I've been on this for 10 years now, and I can't believe that not only have we not improved it, but it seems to have gotten worse because the people that tried to step in, like Rotary or outside entities, trying to pick up some of the slack and trying to give some rides to people, actually have run out of funds themselves because obviously they're not in the transportation division. I know it's not, Ms. Prasad, I have the greatest respect for you, but I'm just saying to you that, you know, look, there was no question that when the Veolia took over, it was important because obviously the MTA was walking away.
Yes.
And it was either going public-private or literally losing bus service on Long Island. I am very aware of it. I have eaten it and lived it and everything, breathed it. But bottom line is, the real need here. I mean, I don't know what's happened to the hundreds of people that attended the hearing I held 10 years ago. We needed to use the hospital to have the hearing. People from Oyster Bay, from East Norwich, from all over Syosset, with really important infirmities for themselves, but really vital people to our economy, who were Hofstra students, who were NCC students, who needed dialysis on a steady basis, who were blind and needed transportation. We have literally allowed that to fall off any responsibility in our budget. And you know what? I'm beginning to wonder if the people of Nassau County even realize what has really happened, because I realized part of the problem was the use of the normal main lines was not at the level that you'd want it to be when you have a main line running, but that cut literally by losing everything, left Able Ride with nothing. And look, I wish I could sit here and say I have the answer, and I wish I had the money that I could say, yeah, I'm going to give you the check for millions. I wish I had it. I always laughed and said that if I ever won the lottery, I would definitely have this as one of my main things, because that's how much it means to me. I cannot believe what it must be like to be a prisoner in your own home, or to be a prisoner just because you have an infirmity where you can't walk or you can't see, but you're brilliant and doing well in school and being a very capable member of our economy. They can't get there. And I don't have an answer, but I keep harping on it because I'm telling you, we can't forget. And we have forgotten, and it's been forgotten. And we think because people are not screaming all the time that it's forgotten, but I'm telling you, people are going to be down here during the budget because, not because of me, but they're going to be down here because they're left with no alternative. And I think if you could bring it back to NICE and the county, of course, if they just put one line in along Jericho Turnpike and one line in on Northern Boulevard, and it doesn't have to have a regular service like every hour, which would be, of course, nice, but at least it would open the floodgate to the people that really need service from Able Ride. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm not going to be against this because I can't be against something that funds what we have. But I can tell you that my frustration is really, I don't know how much higher it can go. I'm not going to repeat all the stories of a few weeks ago that we spoke about blind people going to Helen Keller to speak and being dropped off because they couldn't get there by Able Ride. So, I mean, people have to take notice of this. And the articles in the papers don't seem to be enough to light a fire under anybody, and I'm really concerned.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Jacobs. Any other comments from legislators? Legislator Nicolau.
Yeah, just Legislator Jacobs has been an advocate of this, and she's raised some very important issues with respect to able rides. But let's be clear about this item. Without this additional funding, would we be in danger of losing potentially some of the routes that exist now? Not the able ride routes, but the regular fixed routes.
You will be in danger of losing both.
Okay. All right. So I mean, I understand the issues you're raising, Judy, and that's quite, it's good that you continue to raise those. But let's remember that with respect to this item, this is important in and of itself.
There's no question. And Rich, what I said before was, I would never vote against this. I mean, I know we need this. We need more, though. We need more because if we don't start doing little by little, I'm not saying we're going to solve the problem in 1 year, it's only going to get worse. Let me ask you one more question while we're talking about it. Where are you on keeping the fares the same? Does this amount of money that's being infused right now, would this be able, can you guarantee keeping the fares constant for this coming year?
No, I would not be able to tell you that today.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty.
Any other questions? Legislator Carter.
Thanks. In response to Legislator Nicolello's question, it's about the level, I'm just asking a little more detail about the level of outside grant funding. And if you have a sense of what that is now, what we get from the state and the federal government and what we give in, and then with these increases, what that new level would be. for outside grant funding?
Well, this year we received probably an additional 3.8 million from the state. So added to the 62 million that we normally get from them, that's about 65. We get about $7 million from the federal government, and the rest of that, almost 40-something million dollars, is in FEARS.
And then with this amendment, with the increase, would the ratio still be about the same?
I'm sorry?
Would the ratio of state, federal, and fair be about the same?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then one more question. This is a little bit of a nitpicky question, but is TransDev responsible for the shortfall in advertising revenues?
Yes, they are.
And I'm wondering if we should clarify the language in the amendment, because the amendment doesn't reflect that.
The language in the amendment has been looked at by the county attorney, and they agreed that it does reflect what we need it to reflect with regard to the shortfall being handled by TransDev.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Is there any public comment? There being none, we'll call for a vote. Thank you very much, by the way. All those in favor of item 328-15, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carries by a vote of 7-0 is referred to finance. There being no further business before our committee, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn from Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator McKenzie. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. They're very quiet. We stand adjourned. Next committee up is the Health and Social Services Committee. We'll ask those members to take their seats at this time.
I'd like to call the Health Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the vote.
Legislator Bynum.
Here.
Legislator Jacobs.
Here.
Ranking Member Dirigi Whip. Legislator Kennedy.
Here.
Legislator Shape.
Here.
Vice Chairman Becker. Chairwoman Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to first ask for a motion to suspend the rules, please.
So moved.
By Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So we now have 5 items on the agenda, and I'm going to call the first 3 items together if that's all right with everyone. Clerk, item 33-15 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Department of Human Services. Clerk, item 334-15 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. And clerk, item 364-15 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
By Legislator Becker and seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Okay, and how are you?
Good, thank you. Brian Hall, Department of Human Services. The first item is a COLA increase for our mental health programs from the Office of New York State Office of Mental Health. It's 100% grant funded.
Does anyone have any questions? Any comments from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay,
Okay, the second item is from the New York State Office Office for the Aging. It's a balance incentive program that's, in addition, it's one-time funding for $480,000 from New York State for, it enhances our New York Connects program that we currently have, and that's 100% funded.
Any question or comments from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay. Just want to clarify too that the first item was clerk item 333. I just want to make sure I didn't say 33.
Right.
Okay.
The final item is also a grant from New York State Office of the Aging for, again, the balance incentive plan that enhances the New York Connects program. The difference in this one is it's also 100% funded, but this is going to be a sustainable grant that will be renewed every year going forward until the grant runs out.
And again, any question or comments from the legislators? Any public comment? Then all those in favor of clerk items 333-15, 334-15, and 364-15, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? None? Okay, motion carries and we'll move on to finance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final two items are clerk item 3335-15, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Department of Health, and 336-15, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation in connection with the Department of Health. Moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. And we have Ms. Mary Ellen Lorraine.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 335-15 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $1,544,884 for the WIC program. This is a federally funded supplemental nutrition and education program.
Any questions on this item? Any public comment? Okay, next, 336-15.
Item 336-15 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $54,172. This is funded through the this is for the Child Family Safety Grant. It's funded through New York State Office of Children and Family Services. This grant has a team that reviews all children's deaths who reside in Nassau County and occurred in Nassau County to better understand the causes and develop recommendations.
Okay, any comments or concerns? And hopefully those numbers are going down, I would hope.
There's only certain cases that are reviewed and have to meet the criteria, and the team does develop reports. So I don't have the, actually I do. I think they reviewed in 2004 approximately 15 cases.
Sad to have to review any, but.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or concerns, questions, any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of clerk item 335-15 and 336-15 indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? They both carry, and now we go on to finance. There's no other business.
Move we adjourn?
Okay. We did that. Yes, we did that. We did suspend. That's okay.
She's way too efficient.
I just want to thank Ms. Lorraine and certainly the health department for keeping us abreast all summer with the beach closings and issues that we had. So thank you very much for that.
Do we adjourn?
We adjourn, okay, by Legislator Becker, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and next is finance.
Test.
addendum too. Oh, it's okay.
Oh, and advertising.
On the Finance Committee to order and ask Kieran to call the roll, please.
Legislator Bynum.
Here.
Legislator Kerr.
Here.
Ranking Member DeReggie Whitten.
Here.
Legislator McKenzie.
Here.
Legislator Walker.
Here.
Legislator Dunn substituting for Legislator Mustarella.
Here.
Chairman Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. First two items are settlements, so we'll call them later for executive session. Item 313 of 2015 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk Counties. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Dunn. Is there any discussion on this item? The hotel multi grant of $76,650. Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, item carries unanimously. Item 320 of 2015 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of the Office of Housing and Community Development. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKenzie. Items before committee. This is the CDBG funding of $12,787,711. Any discussion among the legislature? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the item carries unanimously. Item 321 of 2015 is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to accept on behalf of the county and offer a purchase from Memorial Hospital for Cancer and Allied Diseases of certain premises located in Uniondale Town of Hempstead. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Dunn. That item went to Planning Committee a few minutes ago. I asked that the minutes be incorporated by reference. But for the benefit of the committee, I would ask Mr. Meyer from Unknown Locals to come up and give us an abbreviated presentation about what this is.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Josh Meyer, Panolo, 7 West, 81 Main Street, Suite 510, White Plains, New York. So I'll just give a brief overview and summary. Do you want the same one as stated previously, and just a short version?
Short version, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so this is a contract to sale between Sloan Kettering and Nassau County. The actual entity is Memorial Hospital for Cancer and Allied Diseases, which is an affiliate of Sloan Kettering. It's an outright sale of the property, not a lease. It's for the approximately 5-acre unimproved portion of the Coliseum site at the intersection of Hempstead Turnpike and Earl Ovington Boulevard. Sloan Kettering will construct the state-of-the-art cancer treatment and research facility containing approximately 105,000 square feet, expandable to 140,000 square feet, and it will contain a parking garage with 450 parking spaces. The facility will cost approximately $180 million. It will be approximately 250 jobs at a salary and benefits package of approximately, on average, $150,000. Purchase price is $6.5 million. There are a number of closing conditions associated with the contract to sale, including the satisfaction of the zoning requirements, environmental reviews, utilities, sanitary sewer services, and the subdivision of the property by the county, which will be accomplished tomorrow at the Planning Commission. There are certain exceptions which aren't standard in a standard closing contract to sale, including a certificate of need from the New York State Health Department, which is approximately 15-month process that Sloan Kettering will pursue. Another closing condition is release of the property from the county's existing lease with NEC, so that we carve out this 5-acre parcel from the 77 acres, and NEC is in full support of the carve-out. Commencing on the agreement date, Sloan Kettering will pay the county $32,500 per month while they are satisfying the closing conditions, so it's between the contract of sale and the date of closing, that they'll pay the county $32,500 per month, which is in addition to the purchase price of the $6.5 million. There are certain deed restrictions, as I indicated previously, that you can't underestimate how restraining these deed restrictions are. And the first is that Sloan Kettering cannot convey the property to anyone else prior to the receipt of certificate of occupancy, meaning that they actually have to build the entire facility and the parking garage. So they'll spend that $180 million, approximately $180 million. They'll actually build it, and they're not going to convey it. There's no indication of that, but just to make sure that they would pursue this and that it would actually be constructed, and then at that point they could do it. We're just trying to prevent Sloan Kettering from purchasing this property and then flipping it to somebody as soon as they bought it or at some other point prior to construction, finalization of construction. There's a reverter clause that requires the property to revert back to the county ownership in the event that the facility failed to be used as a healthcare-related treatment and research facility. So it has to have both components, healthcare treatment and research, or that it's if it failed to be used for 100% research facility. So in the future, 30, 50 years from now, and Sloan Kettering wanted to convey it to someone else, and it was a pharmaceutical company or something that was just 100% research, that would be permitted under the deed restriction. But what we're trying to prevent is anything, Sloan Kettering from coming in and eventually selling it to its office space or big box retailer. That's not what is anticipated here. This is not what it was conveyed for. And in the event that that happened, the reverter clause requires that property come back to county ownership with this $108 million, approximately $108 million facility constructed on it. And this, as I indicated, this remains in place even if Sloan Kettering were to convey it to someone else in the future. That deed restriction would remain in existence. Sloan Kettering is required to commence construction within 1 year of the closing. We didn't want Sloan Kettering to sit on the property once they acquired it. Sloan Kettering would be required to pay prevailing wages on the site or enter into a project labor agreement for all construction performed on site. And there's an educational commitment as part of the contract of sale where Sloan Kettering, within 6 months of the agreement, would reach out to the community colleges and other colleges and universities in the surrounding areas and advise them on the internships and other programs and opportunities that will be available at this facility. And it's anticipated that those will be similar to the types of programs that Sloan Kettering has at their other world-class facilities in the region. And that's it.
The issue of the appraisal came up earlier. Public Works, could you just address that briefly also?
Sure. So the county retained an appraiser to conduct an appraisal of the property. That appraisal came in at approximately $9.365 million. That's when this property was at the corner. Actually, it was anticipated that this property was going to be, the 5-acre parcel would be at the intersection of Earl Ovington Boulevard and Hempstead Turnpike. It actually was moved off approximately 450 feet. So the appraiser subsequently indicated that there would be a 5% reduction in the appraisal. So instead of approximately 9.4, it would be $8.9 million. And as I indicated previously, we would obtain something from the appraiser to indicate that and update that appraisal prior to the full legislature considering this. In addition to that, you can't underestimate this deed restriction. It is a significant restriction that it has to be utilized for this healthcare component. Either it's it's the treatment facility and research, or 100% research there, and that's in accordance with the vision that's anticipated in this area for this biotech corridor. That's what's anticipated there, not some office building or a big box store or something else to go in there. So that's a very narrowly tailored provision that is recorded with the deed, survives forevermore, and so it severely limits what any entity, in this case Sloan Kettering, can do with the property in the future. They're required to have this healthcare-related treatment and research facility there, and not some other type of facility, and they can't convey it to somebody for a use other than those types, healthcare treatment and research, or 100% research. In addition to that, the Sloan Kettering, because of the site constraints there, and it's a 5-acre parcel, they're spending a significant amount of money in the range of $15 to $18 million to construct the parking garage. And that'll be a shared use with NEC and the county for nights and weekends, especially on nights where there's an event being held at the Coliseum. So with that, there's a value associated with that shared parking. So that further reduces the appraisal there. In addition, in the NEC lease, there's significant restrictions as to actually any future development that could occur on the site. And this is one such occasion where you can't, it has to be compatible or complementary to what's going on with the Coliseum itself or the retail development, and you can't do something that's adverse to the Coliseum development or the retail development there. In addition, you have the public benefits that you get from this, $180 million private investment, the 250 jobs with the average annual, the average 150,000 in the salary and benefits, and the fact that you're bringing this world-class facility to Nassau and you're retaining it in Nassau. Right now it's in Rockville Center. It's anticipated that when Rockville Center will close and this will open at that time. And it's just because of the site conditions. This is a unique parcel that's right there. There are significant site restrictions on the parcel as to bringing the utilities there, the construction of the parking garage, and determining what's underneath the parcel when construction is commenced.
All right, thank you very much. Sure. Very excellent presentation. Do we have any discussion? I know that Derizy Witten has a question. More questions?
Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple questions regarding, especially when we discuss default. First, I want to start off by saying I'm happy to have this facility. I think it's a good addition to Long Island. But should there be any type of default, I was just reading that there's a $325 deposit, but we waive the right of specific performance. Do you know why that happened, or?
And I would just like to point out there are representatives of Sloan Kettering here today. They're here for the prior committees that are here as well, if there's any questions along those lines. So in the contract of sale, there's closing conditions associated with once the contract of sale is executed, that need to be satisfied in order for the closing to actually occur. So upon the execution of the contract of sale, there's $325,000 deposit. Should Sloan Kettering fail to meet any of those, then the closing would not occur.
Right.
So I'm not sure I understand with regard to the specific performance on that. They'll be making their carry payments, and if they fail to do that, then they walk away at that time.
I mean, that was basically what our question is. So, excuse me, should they breach, are we basically just limited to the $325,000?
Right, because but these are, so what the question is at what point that is.
Right.
What they're, and the $6.5 million would be paid at closing. If they cannot meet all the closing conditions, then that's correct. And that, just like any residential contract to sale or anything else, they're required to, it's a $325,000, they're paying the $32,500 per month while they're trying to meet those closing conditions, but these are negotiated closing conditions in here. If something occurs that they can't meet those, then both parties walk away at that point. You don't want to hold up, you don't want to have Sloan Kettering in possession or being able to tie up the site for that long. Both parties walk away, and the county has received that initial down payment and the carry payments. But at that point, these are negotiated closing conditions, and both parties agree that they're necessary and sufficient in order to move forward. And if they don't, you wouldn't require them to go out and build it at that point because they haven't satisfied the closing condition.
But we could require that if we didn't negotiate that away, correct?
You can, of course, require them to meet certain closing conditions, but these are negotiated in here. If they couldn't get the zoning, we we wouldn't require them to build it because we couldn't legally do that. If there were, and I could go through the list of the closing conditions, but the closing conditions just for that point, if they can't be satisfied, you're not going to force these. If they can't get their certificate of need, that's a closing condition. The state requires that. You couldn't require them to specifically perform at that point. They would not be able to construct the facility if you're not meeting. That's the majority of these. If they do their due diligence on the site and they find that there's oil underneath the site, you're not going to require them to spend tens of millions of dollars to remediate the site just so that they can move forward. They walk away at that point. That's why even in a residential closing or contract to sale, you would take a look at it and review the property, do your due diligence, but when you send in your home inspector and something is in there, both parties walk away because they say we don't like what we see there.
So not that this would happen with an establishment such as Sloan Kettering, but should an entity just walk away? Because right now, you're basically representing the county's interest, that's what we're doing. So let's say the entity decides to just walk away. And let's say maybe not in good faith, let's say bad faith. The only recourse we have is $325,000?
Yeah, that's what reasonable and rational business actors would do on any contract. So when you have a contract, this is a contract of sale, they'll only be walking away if they're not meeting these closing conditions. They're not walking away for just any reason. We wouldn't have them tie up the site. We have 24 months for them to pursue all of these, and these are significant closing conditions that they need to meet. We already know that the certificate of need itself is going to take 12 to 15 months.
Right.
They're not going to they're not going to put up the $325,000 and just walk away from that. Then they'll have
It's a very small percentage of the full investment.
But they will be investing, and this is one thing I guess I can make clear, they're going to be investing a significant amount of money just trying to satisfy these closing conditions, millions of dollars. They're not going to do their design on month 18 or month 24. They'll have done their design now, which is very expensive. They're doing their due diligence on the site.
Right.
They're pursuing their permits. They're doing a certificate of need. It's costing them millions of dollars before they even get to closing.
But let's say, for instance, and again, not necessarily Sloan, we're talking about this as a contract with the county for any entity, honestly. Let's say, for instance, the Blumenfeld litigation took years, and they decided, you know what, Nassau, goodbye. The only recourse we have is this $325,000 at that point? Or we don't get that?
Right, so the county has the right to terminate so that it doesn't go on too long along those lines. But, right, if the litigation kept it too much in doubt, yes, they have the ability to walk away at that point because it would be too potentially risky for them to move forward. But so yes, they would have that ability. But that, like I indicated, that's how two business actors would.
Yes, usually it's a higher percentage. I mean, I don't even know what percentage this is, but it's a small percent.
It's 5% of the $6.5 million.
Yeah, so.
But then what we're doing though is we're encouraging world-class facilities such as Sloan Kettering to come to the site and retain them here in the county.
No, well, that's why we went from 9.5 million to 6.5 million. I know maybe a slight less. I don't know why we moved it away from the corner. Do you know why we moved it away from the corner?
That's just what would work best. There's actually an existing entry point off the road so that you can decelerate, and there's an existing intersection right there at that location.
So who knows, that might even improve the value of the property. We don't know for sure, you know. So the bottom line is we're giving them a good deal, which I'm, again, in support of the fact that it is bringing in jobs and it's a reputable company. But I just want to go back to something else with the NEC. They still have to agree. I know you said that they did agree to this cutout.
Yes, they have agreed to.
Do you have that in writing?
No, so I indicated at the previous committee is that prior to the full legislature, we would have the documentation and evidence of that in writing.
Has that been filed with anybody, or that's just?
Not at this time, no. We're still discussing that, discussing the language of that with NEC. But they have agreed that this shall be released. And just to clarify it, it wouldn't be released when the county approves this or when the contract of sale is executed. What they're agreeing to is that this property would be released simultaneously at the closing date. So NEC would continue to utilize the property right now, and while the closing conditions are being satisfied, and they would be released and transferred to Sloan Kettering at the closing, at some point in the future.
At some point in the future or at the closing?
At the closing, whenever the closing can take place.
Right, you
at any
can't, I'm
time.
sure they can't get the funding without the NEC, correct?
It's anticipated at this time that Sloan Kettering would not even require financing or funding for that, but
I just want to go over something as far as a conflict or a possible conflict, just to make sure that there aren't any. I understand that Mr. Ratner is on the board of Memorial Sloan, is that correct?
that's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and now he would also be the one that, that is involved with the NEC, correct? Things
Yes,
like
that's
that.
correct.
Do you, now you're representing, you used to represent Mr. Ratner, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I've always represented Nassau County.
Okay, so representing the county, do you find any conflict in that?
There's no conflict, that's between third parties, so there's no conflict when you're dealing between third parties along those lines. That's for them to work out and determine, but from the county standpoint, there's nothing that prohibits them from entering into, and I don't know if Mr. Ratner would recuse himself in that regard. That's up to their ethics rules along those lines, or anything that they have any prohibition against it, but legally, there's no prohibition against that.
You don't think so? Because, I mean, just looking at it objectively, again, forgetting the fact that we're very happy to have Sloan here, we are giving them like a $2 million discount on the property.
As I
Almost
indicated,
three.
right, as I indicated, what the appraisal is and what someone would pay for it are
Right,
two completely
yeah.
different things. An appraisal is done in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And so you don't know, if I said that they could only use this for a dog park, and that's what you were selling it for, that would be a significant restriction on it, and the appraiser would not say then it's worth
No, I
$9
understand,
million.
and I'm happy that we have those restrictions. I think it's, you know, it behooves all of us. But again, as a Nassau County attorney, do you think that there could be any kind of conflict that could adversely impact the county with the fact that Mr. Ratner's on the board and also?
You just answered that question because you didn't ask.
Right, I could answer it again, but there's, as a conflict that would be harmful to Nassau County, I can't envision any, it's an arm's length contract between, an agreement between, on behalf of NEC that they're just going to release the parcel, and when Memorial Sloan Kettering is constructing it, there's nothing there that would indicate any conflict that would be harmful to Nassau County.
All right, I appreciate having it. I think it's important to have these things on the record. I know sometimes I might, but when it's important and we're dealing with a major contract, it's important to have clear. Just as far as the town, just to reiterate, with the specific approvals, do you anticipate any problems with them?
No, it appears that it's standard approvals from the town passed.
Do we have anything in writing from that yet, or not yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because we, you know, don't want to have any issues with the town.
So Sloan Kettering has informed me that they've received a letter of zoning compliance from the town.
Okay, great, I'm happy to hear that. Maybe we could just get a copy of that also. Just, I'm happy that it's all coming together, I just want to make sure it is.
Sure.
And the certificate of need, I know that's standard, but do you know what that, you know, just explain the nature of that?
Right, I could have someone, if anyone from Sloan Kettering could explain the specifics of it.
Sure. So I'm Margaret Burke, the interim executive vice president for the clinical operation. Certificate of need is a requirement by the Department of Health, New York State Department of Health. In that, you outline your the need for the services that you're going to provide. There's a detailed analysis of what those services are, projections on the volume that you expect, your operating costs to operate the facility, and anything around construction, how you're going to finance it, if it's through cash, if it's through debt, if it's through bonds.
Can I, since you just mentioned that, can I ask how you are going to finance this?
Please, I want to verify it. confirm there's no incremental borrowing to finance this. The money is already on our balance sheet.
And that's just for the purchase of the property or for the building of?
It's for the building
For the
also.
building also?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And, I noticed that you did mention that you're going to be paying prevailing wage and all that. I just hope it all stays, because unfortunately, we've got other instances where they come back later and there's an issue with that. So we really, we're happy to have you and we look forward to a relationship, but we also hope that you really stick to what's here, which is the prevailing wage especially.
I think Mr. Maya indicated it was prevailing wage or a project labor agreement, is that correct? So the
Yes,
record's
that's
clear?
right, that's correct.
Any other discussion? Legislator Bynum?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I am also very excited about the opportunity for Memorial Sloan Kettering to be on site. I understand that the reduced appraised value is due to the location of the murder and the garage. So I just want to speak to the garage. I have a question about the garage. I understand that the garage is a 450 parking garage, vehicle parking garage. And so that the county or for our other facilities will have access to that, correct?
That's correct.
So what is the expectation for demand as far as Memorial is concerned for parking? And I'm not quite, I just can't understand in my head how that would work out in terms of the use, because we would also be using our entertainment spaces, I guess daily, and the opportunity for them to be also used on the weekend. I don't expect that Sloan is a 9 to 5, industry. So if somebody can clarify that.
Right, so if I can take a crack at it, see how I do on it, and then we'll see go from there. But, so there's a few moving parts on it. One is that under the current site plan and the current phase that NEC is approved for, so that's the Coliseum and 188,000 square feet of retail development. This area, which is almost the farthest point away from the Coliseum, is almost excess property. It's not necessary for the parking for that first phase. So these 5 acres are not necessary for the parking for the 188,000 square feet plus the full use of the Coliseum at maximum capacity. So this for the use of NEC would really be for when the additional, if they come back for a phase 2, in addition to the 188,000 square feet, it's anticipated that they're going to go up to at least 300,000 in the next phase. Then they would potentially need this parking that will be in the parking garage. So at that time, Sloan Kettering intends to use this during normal business hours, I would say, till say 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. And that's when the nassau, or the events would occur at the Coliseum would be at night or after that time. So that's when that shared parking, that's why it's nights and on weekends that they'd be able to utilize this. In addition, the first phase of the Sloan Kettering facility is 105,000 square feet. So they'd be using they're required to build not up to, but 450 parking spaces. So they're not going to need all 450 parking spaces in the phase 1 that Sloan Kettering is going to build of the facility of the 105,000 square feet. When they go up, and if they go up to 140,000 square feet, they're going to need more of those parking spaces. So it depends on the timing of those, when NEC builds out their facilities, plus when Sloan Kettering expands their facility to determine how many spaces are actually going to be there and what's going to be necessary. NEC and Sloan Kettering are going to enter, as a closing condition, enter into an agreement, and in Schedule C of the contract of sale is a MOU and a draft MOU, and there's some additional documents in there in Schedule C that spell out the broad-based terms of how that parking arrangement, the parking sharing would be worked out. But that will be worked out ahead of the closing, exactly how they're going to do that. There may be valet parkers involved with some of these other parking spots that come in. There'll be valet for the users of the facility, but they're going to work out some mechanism in a written agreement between NEC and Sloan Kettering as to exactly how that parking is going to work at any point in the future.
How did you do? Did you do okay?
I
Good? All right.
got there the long way, but I got there.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the item carries unanimously. We'll call the next two together. Item 322 of 2015 and 323 of 2015. 322 is an ordinance to amend ordinance 58 of 2014, which established towing zones within the county of Nassau. And 325 of 2014 is an ordinance to provide franchises for police towing services. Moved by Legislator Dunn, second by Legislator Walker. Is there someone to discuss this? Sergeant Stefano.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Greg Stefano from the Police Department. Item 322 of 15 amends the previous item. This rezones the towing zones, the impound zones, by precinct. And then we also separated the Long Island Expressway and the 135. Item 323 of 15 will allow us to, if a person requests a tow from us for any reason, instead of getting their own tow, this would allow, we'll be utilizing whoever tows for that impound zone, wherever the car may be. And we utilize that as an ordinary tow instead of an impound. So we'll be using the services that we usually use for impounds to do ordinary tows for citizens as well.
Okay. Can you tell me what will be different on the ordinance as opposed to what the practice has been up to date?
We use a tow list with a number of towing companies, and the person chooses from that list depending on where they are. But frequently off business hours, tows don't respond, and then they have to be, the person has to be shown the list again and choose another tow company, and we do that until somebody actually does respond. We find that the companies that commit to impounding cars, in my opinion, they're always available and they do respond timely.
So we will no longer be using this tow list?
Not if the police department, not if they request a tow from us. They're free to use, like if they have a towing service, AAA, they're free to call whoever they want if they want to on their own. But if they turn around and say, you get a tow for the police department, you get a tow for them, then we'll utilize this new service similar to the impounds.
So what happens to the towing companies that were on the lists? Do they have to now apply to become impound?
Yes,
services?
they could bid for that, for this new service as well. But they'll also be licensed to tow as well. People can still choose them, they'll be licensed for the person to choose them.
But it seems as if then the only real difference will be you won't be directing to these lists anymore as opposed to directing to the impound services.
Well, the intent is to make it more efficient to remove the car off the road instead of tying up police services, and also, depending on where they are, sometimes it's dangerous.
Any other questions on this item? Legislator Curran?
Chairman, can we please incorporate the public safety questions into the record for this?
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Stefano. Thank you. Any other discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of these two items, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the two items carry unanimously. Item 325, 2015 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the county of Nassau acting on behalf of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums and the Long Island Conservatory of Music. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKenzie. Any discussion on this item? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 326 of 2015 is a resolution authorizing the standardization of SCADA Systems HMI software platform for all county wastewater facilities pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Section 103. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Dunn. This item went from Public Works. We just asked that the minutes be incorporated by reference. Any questions? Yes, Legislator Division.
I'm sorry, for one clarifying, when it says impact on funding, we have none. How is this being funded?
Is there anyone to speak on this item? It may be because this is simply the resolution, that later on we will actually get it.
Contract, is that what it is?
Yes, it's a resolution for standardization for this equipment. I mean, it's
Do you have
not
any-
approving a construction contract.
Do you know approximately how much it cost?
The software itself is about $200,000. The larger construction contract is $8 million.
So that's what, but it's not, that contract is not for us.
This item is just agreeing to do it, though, right?
Agreeing for, allow the department the ability, when we bid the construction contract, to specify this software to be used.
So it's in no way obligating us to do this. Like,
No,
should we
we'll-
find it to be cost prohibitive when
We'll be back here with the construction contract prior to award.
Okay, is there any FEMA, like, grants or anything that's applying for this, or no?
Not for this contract, no.
All right, so we're just approving the contract, and the funding we'll have to deal with at another time.
We have funding in the capital plan.
And how much, do you know how much we have for that?
This, I believe there's 14 million in the capital plan for the SCADA improvements system-wide.
If that's including all those other projects?
It includes the 3 wastewater treatment plants, Bay Park, Cedar Creek, Glen Cove, and approximately 56 wastewater pumping stations.
So that work was going to be done anyway. The only question is whether it'll be uniform, right? We'll standardize the use of the system.
Correct.
So,
No, I think it's a great idea, I just think if it's $8 million, it's a lot of money.
But it's, again, it's not $8 million for the software that we're standardizing. That's 1 or 2% of the construction cost. That's $200,000.
Okay, so just to back up again, to implement this type of thing would be around the 200,000?
That's the estimated cost of the software.
Okay,
Correct.
Just to follow up on her point, so then the bid for the $8 million in construction costs would not go to a sole source, that would be put out to bid?
That is correct.
And this, doing sole source, is solely for the software?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other discussion? Any public comments? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the item carries unanimously. Next 3 items are 329, 330, and 331, 2015. These are resolutions to authorize the county assessor and/or the county treasurer and/or the receiver of taxes of the town of Oyster Bay to exempt from real property taxation certain real properties situated in various school districts. 330 relates to the town of North Hempstead, partially exempt real property taxation from certain properties in various school districts. And 331 is for the town of North Hempstead to correct erroneous assessments. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Walker. Any discussion on these items? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, they carry unanimously. Items 333, 334, 335, 336, 338, 339. Ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services, Health, and Police Department. And 338 is a resolution to authorize the transfer of appropriations for uniform aid within the budget for the year 2015. Moved by legislator McKenzie, seconded by legislator Dunn. Any questions on these items? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 340 of 2015 is a resolution authorizing the county of Nassau to participate in a federal aid and transportation project providing for emergency repairs to 97 traffic signals, federal aid eligible roadways. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Walker. It's been from Public Works before. We ask that the minutes be incorporated by reference. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, carries unanimously. 341 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the county of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the Incorporated Village of Island Park. Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator Dunn. Any discussion? Public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the item carries. Items 342, 343, 344. Ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the District Attorney's Office, Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the District Attorney's Office. Moved by legislator McKenzie, seconded by legislator Dunn. Any discussion on these items? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Items 345 and 346 are resolutions to authorize the transfer of appropriations heretofore made within the budget for the year 2015. Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator Dunn. Any discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 347 and 348 of 2015 are resolutions authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in federal aid transportation projects providing for emergency repairs to repair damage to traffic signals at 85 locations and for emergency repairs to 27 traffic signals. Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator Dunn. Again, these are much of Public Works a little earlier, incorporate by reference the minutes of that committee. Any discussion on these items? Sure, legislator Ridgewood.
I just want to make sure I understand. We're basically entering into an agreement to make an attempt to be reimbursed for work that was done after Sandy by FEMA. Is that the...
Yeah, Jeff Lingren, Public Works. Yeah, this was money that we spent in the weeks following Sandy for emergency repairs related to traffic signals and communications. And we are recouping 100% of that money now from Federal Highway Administration, part of their emergency relief fund.
Okay, so all we're doing is agreeing to enter an agreement to accept
To
the
recoup the
funds.
money.
Okay.
It's just an agreement between Nassau County and New York State DOT who are the ones that
Put out the money?
make the payment
Okay.
on behalf of FHWA.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those items carry unanimously. The next several items are 349, 350, 351, 352, and 353. Resolutions approving a federal aid project administered by the State Department of Transportation and authorizing the county to participate in the non-federal share of the cost of design services, project management, and construction, and in the cost of construction supervision and inspection of the projects, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement on behalf of Nassau County with the State of New York Department of Transportation for the performance of such work and for the participation in the county in the non-federal share of the cost of the projects having various PIN identification numbers. Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator McKenzie. These items went to Public Works, and again, we asked the minutes be incorporated by reference. Any discussion? Public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those items carry unanimously. We need a motion to suspend the rules. Moved by legislator Dunn, seconded by legislator Walker. All in favor of suspending the rules, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, the rules are suspended for the two addendums. The first is item 328, 2015. It's an ordinance to authorize the county executive to execute an amendment to a contract with Transdev Services, Inc. for the management, operation, and maintenance of a Nassau County bus system. Moved by legislator Walker, second by legislator Dunn. This item went through Public Works and had an extensive discussion. Asked that the minutes be incorporated by reference. It appears that legislator Ridgewood has a question on this item.
Is the representative still here?
Was Mr. Fassad before the 11th? Budget officer here?
Perhaps I can help, I'm sorry.
You know, I have a copy of different funding for the bus for the last few years. And there's a line with the operator's profit. And in 2012, it was $2,811,000. In 2015, it has moved up to $3,812,000.
Can you actually disclose what document you're looking at? Are you looking at the 17A state submission form?
It's Nassau County Transit. It's from DPW. Michelle will give you a copy if you'd like.
Okay. So they are allowed to include, they submit their budget to New York State in order to garner the federal funding, federal transit funding. So they outline their budget in September, actually, and then we're awarded funding sometime in May. So they're allowed to include a profit line.
Right, but New York State operating assistance is like 62,000. You know,
62 million.
60 million. I apologize, 60 million. I see all that, but I'm just curious as to how they determine that their profits can go up. That's $1 million in what, 3 years? I mean, only because right now we're in such a yeah, we're in such a dire straits as far as, you know, possibly raising fees on these people. Many of them are in the lowest income, or cutting any kind of, you know, rates. Actually, you know, I don't know, I'm concerned that it looks like the profit has gone up tremendously, and here we are talking about cutting, you know, we can't have Able Ride in my district or Don McKenzie's district or.
I think you raise a valid point, and when it's brought up to the transit committee in March for a vote, I think that issue should be discussed and perhaps addressed.
But didn't we like discuss this when I wasn't here yet, when we did choose, you know, to privatize this, like, wasn't the amount of profit ever discussed? Like how they determined that?
I believe the agreement does outline a profit in terms of, you know, it being allowable, but the transit committee actually votes on the budget that TransDev submits. So, you know, at that point, that's where the discussions really do happen in terms of, you know, what the funding sources are going to look like.
This is the real, you know, like Judy Jacobs said before, you know, it's a travesty that we're cutting back Able Ride, we're doing all this, and meanwhile, this is like a 30-something%, you know, increase in the profit in the last 3 years. I mean, is that going to continue to go up, and we're going to continue to not have Able Ride? And it just doesn't sound like this is something that, you know, I mean, Nassau County is really subsidizing this, they're asking for more money now, yet the profit's going up so much for this private company. Just to use taxpayers' money to supplement a private company that's getting such a big increase in their profit, it just doesn't, something's wrong, I think. We had no control then, it's all dependent on the state as far as you're concerned right now.
Yeah, the transit committee actually reviews the budget that is submitted to them.
And the county has no say in that, so they can just keep increasing this private company's profit, and then the county has to supplement their shortfalls?
Well, I think the transit committee is appointed by different entities in order to, I would say, represent different bodies.
Yes, I mean, I think this is the real, as I say, the elephant in the room, the fact that we are cutting routes, or not routes, but well, we cut routes. We
didn't cut
the time, the number of pickups, whatever that would be.
The routes are not being cut. I believe they're actually being kept stable.
Right, but the frequency has been cut, that I know, and the rates are going up. Well, they couldn't guarantee they're not. They already have. And
I think they're following the MTA rates.
Well, that's why we.
Except for cash.
Really
cash fare is remaining stable.
Yeah, I know in April.
Mr. Lippman, do you have anything to add?
Sorry, I also serve as counsel to the transit committee.
Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, sure. Sam Lippman, the deputy county attorney, and I'm also counsel to the transit committee. I could just give you a a little timeline of what we encountered over the past year. The original budget was submitted to the committee in March of this year. At that time, we didn't know what the state money was going to be, the STOA money. At that point, we conditionally approved the budget, waiting to find out what the state was going to do. The state determined, like 2 days after we met in, I'm sorry, I'm vibrating. The state determined at some point that they weren't going to give any additional money to the county. So what we did in May, we met again, and the county agreed to contribute another $1.5 million. There was capital money, one-time capital money, which I believe Sharon, who's here before, discussed with you. That money was converted to operational costs. The bottom line is, Veolia, NICE, Transdev has to present a balanced budget to the committee to keep service the same, which was a constant issue with everyone that appeared before the committee. Everybody wanted to keep service the same. We kept fares the same. The only fare that went up was the MetroCard fare. That went from $250 to $275 because the MTA, MetroCard is an MTA product. We have no control over that. If we didn't go along with the $275 increase, that extra quarter would have gone to the MTA, not to Nassau County. We kept the fares, the cash fare, as well as the Go Mobile app, which they use, at $250. And in order to keep service the same, and you have to remember that Able Ride is associated with that service, the budget came out to $127 million or whatever. We voted in May to approve that budget. And that's what we're on for 2015.
All right, that really, thank you very much for that background. We can all agree, no one here is objecting to a private company earning a profit.
Right, and that's the second part. I don't want to
But the question here is, the profit has increased, so we have to learn, we have to find out what the approval process is for that, how that relates to the services that they're providing, et cetera. So we can find that information out. But today, we have an ordinance before us to allow additional funding for the Nassau County bus system. So we can continue to pursue the line that the legislative division with is open. But I'm not sure if we're going to get it from either of the two of you, but again, let's focus on the item that's before us, which is $6 million in additional funding for the Monument bus.
Right, and that legislator is to keep service the same as it has been, without reducing service or increasing fares.
Roseanne, do you mind commenting if you feel that this appropriation, which we're about to vote on, would satisfy the budget for, because we were in April,
The appropriation that's before you satisfies the budget put forth by Veolia in terms of expenses through March of next year.
2016?
Yeah, through March of
Okay,
next
because
year.
we were told in April, we were given the possibility that they might cut out routes and increase fares, so that's probably where that would
The
be.
timeline, as I stated to you before, is, it's a different timeline because of the state budget versus the county budget.
I understand that. I'm going to make one point, Mr. McGlell, if you'll indulge me, which is just that there is $1 million increase from 2012 to 2015. And that's the exact amount that I was told from my district, and Rose actually also, as well as Donald, would be for to enable a route that would enable Able Ride for our district. So that $1 million that we can't find is right here in an increase in profit. And I mean, that just drives me crazy because, we're supplementing so much of our public funds and being told that they can't find any money at all, and yet their own profit has gone up $1 million. And, and that's just over, it's, like you said, it's 30% through the year. I just don't want to see that trend continue and routes be cut.
All I can say at this point, I don't want to interrupt, we have a meeting scheduled for September 17th. I sent notices out today, actually. The meeting is our quarterly meeting, and at that time, we can ask Mr. Setzer all these questions that you're raising. However, Legislator Nicolello brings up a good point. They're a private entity, and these are really people that do care. I mean, I've met with them, Mr. Setzer, the CEO, and Jack Kazoos are the ones who deal with the public, and they really do care. They take all these issues, and they deal, and they meet with people, and they take all these issues seriously. However, they are entitled to make a profit. I will look into it. I assure the members that are here that I'll look into these questions that you're raising. However, you know, profit margin is profit margin and it's built into the contract. It doesn't mean that the profit's going to be turned into offering bus service in areas that you're talking about. But again, I'll look into it. A lot of the able ride is connected to the regular service as well as federal funding. And we didn't get any additional state money this year for whatever reason. But again, those are legitimate questions.
I'm sorry, just one last thing. I'm totally into free enterprise, and I would have no objection with the company making money, but not coming to Nassau County and asking us to keep giving them more money to supplement where they're getting their profit from.
Well,
so it's just, to me, it doesn't make sense that you can come to the taxpayers to give more money, which I'm okay with, and I'm voting for this today, but then take more of a profit. It seems like the county has gotten a bad
We do
situation.
understand your point, but, you know, one of the reasons why we actually entered into this public-private partnership is it actually garnered the county savings from a non-for-profit entity like the MTA.
That's what I was told. I wasn't here for those hearings. Where is the meeting on the 17th?
the meeting of the 17th is going to be at NICE headquarters, which is 700 Commercial Drive in Garden City, in their conference room.
All right, any other questions on this item? Thank you, Mr. Lippman. Mr. Levin.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Thanks.
Do you need the two speakers?
I think I might.
Sure.
Yeah, this is, again, back to my nitpicky question from before. So TransDev, Ms. Persaud said, and we all know, is responsible for the shortfall in advertising revenues. And I pointed out that that's not in the amendment. I don't know who wrote it or whatever. It could just be a syntax issue. But the amendment says differently, and I could read you the whole thing, but it's a little long. But maybe if someone could just look at that and just to make sure that I'm not mistaken. It seems to contradict. It seems to say that TransDev is in fact responsible for, is in fact not responsible for advertising.
And maybe, we need to look at that to make sure that's clear before.
Maybe I'll just read it into the record, is that okay?
That's
It's
fine.
not too long, okay. TransDev shall be responsible for or receive, as the case may be, the shortfall or surplus from the annual budgeted amounts for all revenues derived from the operation of the transit system, except fare box revenues as set forth in section 16 and advertising revenues as set forth in section 19 here.
Well, right now, the surplus money would go to TransDev. What I think this amendment covers is if there's a deficit in their projections, it makes it clear that they would be on the hook for it. They would be responsible for the deficits if there's a shortfall. And I think that's what that language says, and that's our understanding of it. Because right now, we talked about the fare box revenue was short this year in 2015. And part of our budget process, NICE, Veolia, TransDev, made up with administrative cost cuts the $500,000 that they were short on their anticipated fare box revenue. So they were responsible for the shortfall, which is, I think, what we're doing here in terms of the revenue for the advertising. So that's how the language should be read. That if there's a shortfall, they would be responsible in the budget projections that they present to the Transit Committee.
All right, but so you understand my confusion?
I do and I don't. We reviewed the language, the county attorney's office reviewed the language, and we understand it, and we think it's solid, and the whole idea behind it is to make them more responsible for any deficits.
Okay, that's good. So maybe our lawyer will talk to the county attorney just to sort it all out, because I'm not a lawyer, so I may be missing something.
That's right. The whole idea was to make them responsible for the deficit. This is a good thing for the county, not a bad thing.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, legislative by now.
Thank you. So I have a quick question.
Sure.
Have we realized shortfalls in 2014 or in prior years in terms of advertising revenue?
This was actually
Or is it projected for this
revenue,
year?
I don't have the numbers in front of me for the advertising revenue. I don't know the answer to that at this point. All I can tell you is in terms of the STOA money, this was the first year that Nassau County didn't receive an increase in the state funding. The advertising revenue, I don't have those stats in front of me.
Okay. Would you be able to forward those to me and maybe the full committee at some point? Just
Sure.
interested.
Right, the full committee meets what, in September, correct?
This full committee,
Oh, yes,
if you could
yes,
if you could email us,
Yes,
or in whatever is the appropriate way of communication to us.
I can try to get that information, absolutely.
Thank you.
All righty, any other questions? Thank you again. Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, item carries unanimously. Item 354 and 359 of 2015 are ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Social Services and the Department of Probation. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Dunn. Any discussion on these two items? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 360 of 2015 is local law amending local law number 18 of 1984 as last amended by local law 4 of 2013 as incorporated in Chapter 4 of Title 9 of the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to imposing additional rates of sales and compensating use taxes authorized by Section 1210 of the tax law and continuing a local government assistance program authorized by Section 1262E of the tax law. Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKenzie. This is the sales tax extended for 2 years. Any discussion on the item? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next item is 361 of 2015. It's a local law amending Title 24 of the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to extending the hotel and motel occupancy tax. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Dunn. Items before the committee. Any discussion? Mr. Padlas is waiting for questions. There being none, any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously. Next items are ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Police Department, Correctional Center, Department of Human Services, Board of Elections, and the Office of the County Executive. Moved by Legislator McKenzie, seconded by Legislator Walker. Any discussion on these items? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Just to clear those items were 362, 363, 364, 365, 366 of 2015. Okay, next item is 367 of 2015. It's on the addendum number 2. It's an ordinance providing for capital expenditures to finance certain payments to Nassau Community College, Federation of Teachers, member employees at the college upon separation from employment, and authorizing $7,650,000 of bonds of the county of Nassau to finance that expenditure, making certain determinations pursuant to secret. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKenzie. As for the three, I know you've been here all day, along with one of our former councils, the controller. I want to thank you for your patience for waiting, and ask you to go ahead and tell us what this is.
Good afternoon, I'm Ina Brasnik, and I will speak on behalf of the Nassau Community College. I'm a Vice President of Finance. So this $7.5 million is an estimate of what the potential obligation will be for the retirement, for the incentive and the termination fee for approximately 60 retirements that we anticipate from our full-time faculty. We have the incentive was built in a way that the retirements can occur either on September 1st of 2015, and for that the faculty had to submit their resignation letters or retirement letters by June 30th That population is known to us, and that's 29 people. And the total liability for that is $3.6 million. We also received 8 retirement letters for January 1st retirements, and the period for that is open through October 31st. We anticipate the receipt of 25 more retirements for the full amount of 60, and with an average payout of the retiree of $120,000. We would ask for an ordinance of about $7,500. So, I'm sorry, $7.5 million.
Okay, so the county issues the bonds for this incentive, and then the college reimburses us, correct?
The college pays both the principal and the interest on that debt.
Right. And this has been approved by this, it's been signed off by NIFA, it's not an issue with the NIFA.
That's been discussed by NIFA. It has not been approved or disapproved by them at this point.
Rich, I don't think NIFA has to approve it, but you might want to look into that.
Tola, do you want to add something?
We had an extensive, Chuck Tola, General Counsel of Governmental Media Relations at Nassau Community College. We had an extensive meeting with Michael today, Dr. Saunders, Chair of the Board, Garden, myself, and Resnick for about an hour and a half. At that, we went through all of the issues. At the end, I said to them, I anticipate somebody's going to ask us what NIFA's views are, so what could I say? And basically, the answer was, NIFA continues to have concerns about the bonding termination pay. However, although we're not saying no, we're not saying yes, we're not saying no at this point, they're going to continue to discuss it among themselves. I would imagine we'll have some sense from them in a few days on that point.
Yes. Thank you. Any questions? Any further questions? Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, item carries unanimously. We have several other items that we've received late in the day, so both sides are going to get briefings on these items before we continue. So we're going to take a brief recess and then we'll continue with the committee. And then when we return, we'll just have those items as well as the executive session items.
Lisa?
She's coming. She's just over there.
He's probably sitting in his pool or something. What do you do? It has a pool. I'm over here. You know? I know. I can't even yell because he's on the recline. Here, Rob, cursing. Very rarely. Paying attention. That healthcare corporation was 3-4 contracts. I said, people are great, so far behind.
Oh, I see.
He better not die. Just take that. Just focus around, chloroform, this is all. A lot of people feel that way.
Daddy, if it starts raining, no, it'd be like 2 inches of rain tomorrow. I guarantee you, this dad's gonna talk to me. You have to do a beach advisory. It's like, who's going? Right. State requires it, it's ridiculous. I'm doing some extra, I think. Memorial Day. Labor Day. Yeah, some of them like stay open on just on weekends. Really? Yeah. I don't know how, because my daughter's a lifeguard. Nobody there. Once the kids go back to school, you know? They begged her to come in one day. It's so much fun, like they begged her. All right, I'll come in 3 hours and understand. The pink. No, I mean, you have a charge, you have a charge.
Welcome to do it. Welcome to it. Open invitation. What's in your Yes, there are. He's getting up to speed. He's just got in, he's getting up to speed. Attorney's fees, anyone who's otherwise working in chief.
I haven't, I don't know why.
Non-final I've noticed, I don't know if you've watched, Kevin Smith. I've seen him a couple of times. He must be stepping in. Gary, who's been doing it for a while. Gary's still doing it. I don't know if Gary's still doing it. He was doing it when Kenny was off. But I don't know if he's doing it. But today, as a matter of fact, he has extra coverage. Kevin Smith. I think he's stretching for me. So I filed an amended scope. I should
Still have to go to a surgeon next week.
I'll tell them, now I can tell them why. And I said, I can't.
What did you do when you don't know? If I do anything, whatever it is, I haven't been to like that. No, it's any character. She is. No. It doesn't have
No.